morning, everybody. We're back with another fresh week on SDtv. We got lots of big earnings names this week. It should be an exciting week of trading. We're going to let Aaron dive into things and start breaking it down for us this morning. Aaron, how you doing, man?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'll let you go ahead and dive into it. Hope you had a good weekend.
Thank you. What's up, everybody? Good morning, Snipe, Miss Tamika. Always a pleasure. Lar, Amanda, good morning. Lyle, Mr. Wilf. Bernice, Funny Money, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Give everybody just a minute or two to get in. Ty, good morning. What's up, everybody? Supposed to get a bunch of storms here today. If you're in the Midwest, hope everybody stays safe. Should be an interesting day, interesting evening. All right, so let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on news, this is FOMC week. All right, everybody know that? Okay, unless you've been under a rock. All right, we talk about it every day. So that's on Wednesday. All right, now let's go right in front of us right now. Okay, nothing on the tape for today. We do have the BOJ, their Fed meeting, their monetary policy statement today. Usually it's in the evening. They never put this out. It's always tentative. But that could affect the relationship with our dollar. So we'll get into that in a second. But Wednesday's the big day. Okay, and as of right now, there's a 90% chance or 99% chance of a pause. So anything other than that would be crazy. But we can look at this. Starting the week, remember, it's not so much the announcement, it's the press conference or afterwards, right? Come on. So this will load up in just a second. But just remember, we have the announcement at 2 o'clock, and then everything chills out, and then right afterwards, right at 2:30 is the press conference, and the press conference is what actually moves our markets. It's the most important part, especially right now, because this is, Warsh is being I don't know why this isn't loading. Warsh is being sworn in, and Powell's going to be gone. So this press conference afterwards is going to be a big deal. All right, well, that's not loading. So anyway, it's a 99% chance of a pause at our meeting on Wednesday. All right. Let's get to it here. There we go. Okay. Morning, RC. All right. So what is price saying? Well, starting off on the VIX, remember this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. We're still in these massive short setups, right? Now, remember, VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. It runs inverse. So from these April 1st lows to lows, right? I think this moved a tick on me. There we go. We're still in this massive short setup, right? This is all bullish for the indices. Okay, all bullish for the indices. Now, what we're paying real close attention to are these old contract lows to new contract highs. We run into this once every month. All right, we've already traded from these once. All right, right there. Once, went up to targets. Here's number 2. Get up there. All right, there's number 2. And we haven't officially gotten down here and traded this level yet. We were front run the first time we came down. Okay. There are, excuse me, there are short setups leading us back down into support. Okay, now those short setups are drawn from this high. All right, 21, well, it's on April 23rd at 1 p.m. Okay, now I'm not sure if TradingView, you should have the same thing. um, to our lows down here on Friday. All right, there is this pullback. Okay, now once we had this spike, okay, everything just died, right? It's just dead in the water here. But as long as this is still in these shorts, right, that's all bullish for the indices. Okay, that's all bullish for the indices. So we'll see going into the morning, and more importantly, how things are going to, respond after our press conference on Wednesday. There's a saying that you could disappear Friday when Europe closes and come back on Monday, or come back on Wednesday, right before the announcement, and you wouldn't have missed anything. Okay, meaning we don't really have any great big moves. Thanks, Edward. We don't really have any great big moves until that announcement, especially on Fed week. Okay, so we'll see going into the morning, but this is all bullish, right? This is all bullish for the indices. Okay, so nothing too crazy here. This is just what we're watching, just like that. All right, just like that going into the morning. Okay, any questions? Any questions on the VIX going into the day? Everybody good? What's that TS low? TS low 1840 or 1839. Right there. That is on Trading View is 18. Is that on the, I mean, this is the old contract, right? That's the old contract there. So again, depending on where they rolled it over, but yeah, if you just draw straight from 1840s to highs up here at 2160, okay, that's going to be the right draw. I know the draws might look funky on TradingView, but unfortunately nothing we can do about it. All right, that's on there, and they need to change that. Keep pestering them. All right. Okay. So there we go on VIX. Everybody good? Okay. So moving on to bank. These are the financials in our markets, right? Bank rising, tailwind for the indices. Bank falling, headwind for the indices. All right, we've fallen all the way back down into our next extension long. All right, and that's from those April 1st highs to highs. Okay. Now remember, bank's just an index. It doesn't have to be exact. But we'll see where we open up, what direction we're moving. That's the most important part. All right, but we are back into this long. Now, the one thing I did want to show you is if you zoom out, look at what we've run back into. Okay, we're almost back at these highs. Right, we ran in, this is 2024. So we actually ran into 2024's highs up here. All right, so we'll see. So if we start breaking long setups, we're going to have to pay attention, but none of that's happened. All right, so there we go. That's what our financials look like going into the day, going into the week. Right now, if these would break, we definitely have to pay attention. All right, so on the ES. All right, here's what we're looking at. We've got these larger. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. These larger larger extension longs. Okay, on our daily charts. And those are drawn from over here, October 29th of last year. Okay, to our highs, April 17th of this year. All right, and that's what gives us our next extension long right here. Okay, now inside of that, all right, here's our pullback from those Thursday's lows to Friday's highs, right there. Now inside of that, okay, this was our next measured move, and this held really nice. Okay, put this up yesterday. All right, so from our 9:45 a.m. lows on Friday, okay, to our 2 p.m. highs on Friday, there's that pullback. Okay, that's what we dropped into at our reopen. All right, and there's our targets up there. Okay, so now we're just kind of chopping around inside of this thing, but that's our support. All right, that's our support. So looking at our gap fill, 71.94.50. All right, there's our gap fill right there. Okay, so we're going to be watching these 10 and 20 point away levels. So there's your 10 points right there, 71.84.50. All right, and then 74.50 would be right above this long. See if I can get it. What is it? 74.50. 50. Oh, close. All right. Okay, there we go. All right. So we'll see. Remember, we open at 9:30 within these 10 points. We got about a 90% chance of this gap filling. Between these 10 and 20, right, we got about a 75% chance of this gap filling. All right. So it wouldn't be the most horrible thing to see this thing pull back into this support level inside of these 20 points and see if that can't lead us into the fill. Okay. There'd be nothing at all surprising about that. All right. So that's where we're sitting. Not a whole lot going on going on here on our Monday, but excuse me, that's not to be or that's to be expected when the VIX is going straight sideways like this. Okay, real choppy in there. So just be safe, right? We'll see. Hopefully we can stretch this a little bit further. We'll come back and look at this before we end the call here. All right. Thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate that. Very nice. Very nice. All right. Okay, so there we go. There's the ES. Really slow in here. We're going into a wedge already. Lower highs, higher lows. We're going into a wedge already. There's those 10 points. There's a reaction at those 10 points. All right. NASDAQ, okay, it's been very bullish. Now, here's the extension long on the NASDAQ. It's from these highs, actually at 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday night. All right. So 27, 135.75. Okay. And you can see those went straight up and hit their targets. All right. It's a big front run, but look, tap their target. Perfect. Right. There's your pullback, same anchor, new high. So that's what we're watching there. All right. So we do have pullbacks on the NASDAQ, just like we do on the ES, if they're going to make them. Okay, so just kind of let the ES gap fill be your guide, right? As long as the VIX keeps going sideways. Okay. So there's the NASDAQ making its pullback. Now the YM and the Russell is a little bit different. YM's been the weakest, right? It's been the weakest. And when you zoom in and you look, remember this sloppy extension long that we had? That's from our highs on April 9th to our highs up here on the 17th. That was briefly sloppy right there. But then after we broke, here's that first short right there, and it's holding. Okay, it's absolutely holding right there. All right, so real choppy. All right, real choppy and sloppy in there. Okay, so just be really safe. This is bubblegum territory, right? All that we know right now is this is support and this is resistance. Okay, so we'll see if we can make it down to support. Remember, YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. So we'll see where bank opens up, what direction it gets moving. But that is rough sledding in there. All right. Okay, now the Russells. Here's the Russells extension long. It's from April 10th to April 17th, right? We still haven't hit that target up there. Okay. We're just going straight sideways in here. Now, we are holding these longs coming out of the bottom of this range. All right. And that's from Thursday's lows to Friday at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. There's the pullback. There it is again. Now we're going to watch these to see if we're going to start to trend higher out of this. This is a big ask to get through that, especially on the Monday of a Fed week. So we're going to pay real close attention to once we get up here. Okay. But you can see this series holding as that's leading us higher. Okay. So if we see bank open up and start to rally, then we're going to see the Russell start to rise right along with it. Okay. If bank opens up and sells off, Russells could fall all the way back down here. Okay. So we tap the top of this right here. So we don't really want to draw that long setup. So all we know right now, support, resistance. Okay, nothing in the middle that we know of yet. All right. What we got going? Okay, any questions, VIX Bank indices before we move on? There's those 10 points defending. Anybody? VIX Bank indices. Everybody good? Okay. Just slow start here, slow start to a Monday. To be expected, right? Okay, now moving on to Bitcoin. All right, I wanted to show you guys spot first before I show you the futures because they look a little bit different. Guess I got to pull it up first. 1 second. There we go. Okay, if you look at Bitcoin spot, remember it trades all weekend, right? So here's where we are. Okay, there's the larger time frame. There's the short we pulled back into. We've known this is here like since the dawn of time. January 14th, halfway back on the year to our lows. Okay, that's what we run into. But when you look at spot, okay, compared to the futures, spot just had this perfect potential double top up here. Okay, just like almost perfect. Right now, we've got to get through last Sunday's lows to highs to confirm that. This is not a double top until it confirms. But the futures look a little bit different, but that's about as perfect as you can get up there. So when we move to the futures, okay. So when we move to the futures markets, you'll see we dipped in. All right, we're still in that larger short setup, but Bitcoin did make a new high here. All right, on the futures markets. It looks more, I guess, bearish, if you want to use that word, on spot than it does on the futures. Okay, see how we dipped in here, but spot just tapped this and sold straight off. So either way you want to look at it, we still have to break this long setup. All right, that's the issue. So from our lows on the 19th, right, that was our reopen last Sunday, okay, to our highs on the 22nd, there's the pullback, right? So we got to get through these 76.022s. All right, and we'll watch for shorts coming out of highs here. See if we start to trend. Now, we don't know this is here yet. This could just continue to chop sideways. But we'll watch for that and see if that's going to lead us down. Right? And if we break this, then we've confirmed these resistance levels. We got massive targets below us. Okay? All right, so there's Bitcoin. All right, now crude oil. This is obviously the big deal, right? So here's crude oil. Now this is WTI, right? This is Western, call it US if you want oil. But from our highs on April 7th to our lows on the 17th, that's that big short right there. It's just getting smacked, right? And then the series on the way up, here's the long. All right, and that's from 1 a.m. Eastern on the 22nd to our highs here at 7 p.m. Eastern on the 22nd. Okay, there's the pullback. See the target up here? The short got in the way, right? We couldn't get to it. So now we're just pinned in here. Okay, now we're just pinned in here. So we'll see which side of this wins, right? We start to lift off. We're back over $100 a barrel and taking off. All right, we break this, we could make a larger pullback. Obviously, this is a lot of this is going to be geopolitically motivated. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Now, a little bit different when you go to Eastern oil, Brent, right? It's broken through short setups. Whoa, what's that? All right, it's broken through shorts. And it's got long setups below us. All right. And it's actually going up in a little series here. Yeah, from those last week lows, bang, 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 right? So a little bit different markets, right? Remember, Brent's up here at 107 and crude oil is under 100, right? 96. So we'll see. We'll see. It looks like a line at the gas station heading to pick up WTI right now, if you look at a map. So we'll see. We'll see. It should be interesting, right? But this is going to have a big impact here. Big impact on our markets. So as any news comes out this week, just have to deal with it, right? Nothing we can do about it. Okay. All right, now on to gold and silver. Gold and silver are being affected by this, by our dollar strength trades, right? Absolutely they are. So here's gold. We're still in this massive short. Gold's got a lot of work to do here. Okay, our halfway back on the year, right? January 29th to our lows. Right there, we're talking about that, how it's going to be a big old churn to get through that. We didn't. We're making pullbacks now. So here's our pullbacks we're looking at on gold. All right, the long that we know of that's below us is from this low on March 26th to our highs on April 1st, right there, right? Never got to that target, right? Never got to that target up there. The short got in the way. Okay, so that's still down there. And we were in this smaller series of longs. They broke, and here's the short pullbacks right here. So that's what we're looking at on gold right there. All right, and if we continue in dollar strength, right, it's going to continue to be a headwind on the precious metals. We need a substantial dollar weakness trend to get gold and silver through these short setups. As if we don't, they're just going to chop around or be weak. Okay. So there's gold right there. Entries were up here. Now we're starting to chop around. But this little short broke. I was watching this morning. All right. This little short pierced, but we're not going to get too excited about that. It's right in the middle of that larger move. All right. So we could just chop around in here. All right. But targets are down here. What would be awesome is, as always, if we got down here, fell through this, we go into extension shorts, those extension shorts break without, breaking the long, the extension shorts break, they double bottom or hold the pullback, and then that could lift us off. I know that was a lot right there, but it's a typical way that that we can change trend down here. So we'll see. Right now, gold and silver weak, moving on to silver. There we go. This is silver short. All right, that's from our highs on March 1st to our lows, a little bit different. There's the 61.8. When I zoom in, you'll see it. And it didn't break. It did not break. And there we go. All right, so here's, silver's actually been very technical on the way down here. Okay, there's those highs on the 17th to lows. There's the first pullback. Now that target, okay, is down here. We haven't hit it yet, right? So we need this smaller worker bee move inside of this, right there, get up there. You can look at this one of two ways if you want to. Let's look at it that looks a little bit better. This first pullback, very, very briefly sloppy, and then we defended it. You can look at it that way, but since we made a new low, then we probably should look at it this way. Since we made a new low, there we go. So let's use that. All right. Just following our rules here. Okay. So pullback number one, this is a worker bee. Pullback number two, multiple targets down here below us, right? Now we can watch, and this might be pretty small. Yeah, it's starting to chop around. There was this long from lows that broke. All right, so we're starting to get tighter and tighter in here. Okay, so just be aware of that. We'll look at the dollar here in a second. That's going to tell the tale. But it's in shorts. It's absolutely in short setups, falling down into these larger support and these larger profit targets down here. Okay? All right, so moving on to the dollar. Now, here's DXY. Okay, I don't know what this is. I'm not really counting it. I don't know if you guys have this too, but apparently, I don't know if it's a bad print. I don't see it on the euro, so not sure. It might be something that was coming from another instrument that's inside of DXY. But anyway, I'm not taking that into account. All right, here's this larger short above us. Okay, from March 30th to our lows here on April 17th. Even with this weird candle, nothing broke. Okay, so what we're watching, when I say I'm not taking it into account, I'm not drawing to that high. I'm just going to stick with this high right here. Okay, from our lows here on the 17th to our highs on the 23rd. So that's what we're sitting inside of, this pullback right here. Okay, so we'll see if this lifts off, right? That's dollar strength. That's going to put a headwind against the precious metals and the indices. If we fall, that's finally dollar weakness. Okay, and we could start a dollar weakness trend, right? Which is important. Okay, as I was just saying, for the precious metals and the indices. All right, so now moving on to the currencies. Okay, this is the big deal. Okay, do you see? All right, remember we've got the BOJ announcement tonight, right? Bank of Japan, their rate decision. Now, we're still in these longs on the dollar yen from February 20th to our highs here on March 18th. Okay, this extension long has been here forever. This is a huge sneaky snake up here. All right, almost looks like a dinosaur. Oh, look at that. Look. Feet. There's its back, Tamika. And there's the head. Do you guys see it? You guys see it? Like a stegosaurus almost, with the, surprising I still know that from elementary school, with the spikes on its back and the feet and the head. That's it. That's the very rare dinosaur stegosaurus stock chart pattern. Don't see this very much, guys. Should feel pretty blessed that you're on this live. This is a very rare pattern. Anyway, if you guys see that though, right? Like the spikes and the feet and the head. If we roll out of the top of this range, okay, with the BOJ decision tonight, and we roll out of the top of this range, yeah, Ed's probably going to get the stegosaurus pattern in here for us. Before we get into this, look at where the euro is. Okay, the euro is coming back into this short setup, right here. And we'll get to that in a second. But if we see the dollar yen, especially after that rate announcement tonight, and we see the dollar yen rolling out of the top of this range, and we see the euro in a short rolling out of its short, no bueno, right? That's the yen carry trade unwind. So we'll have to keep it, and that's very, very bearish for our markets. That's why that BOJ announcement tonight is kind of a big deal. Okay. Is that your favorite dinosaur? Nice. All right. Okay. Now, there are potentially, we know inside of a range like this, that the middle is dangerous, just rattlesnakes all through here. By the way, I saw a snake yesterday on my hike and I about freaked out. I can't stand them. Its little tail was sticking out of like a drain pipe. I was like, nope. It couldn't even see me, and I walked like 20 feet away. Give it a wide berth going around there. Not my thing. Anyway, big rattlesnakes in the middle of all this. Okay, dangerous. Now, what we know about ranges is the middle eventually holds. Okay, we'll come up from the bottom, hold the middle, and sell off, or we'll come off the top, hold the middle, and that'll be our lift off. Okay, so we don't have any idea if this is the one that's going to hold. All right, and our pullback right there. This one's already broken. Or no, maybe not yet. Okay, so we can draw the middle and watch. Okay, but we don't want to really use that as a trading decision. Why not? Well, eventually, it's one of those trades that eventually you'll be right. Wrong, right. See how many times you got to be wrong before you're right? It's kind of like picking a top or picking a bottom. So we'll see. We can watch this here. But if this continues to fall through and the euro's falling, yeah, it'd be very bearish for the indices. But if we do see this stop and start to lift off, then all of a sudden, we've got our targets up here. All right, and that would go from dollar weakness to dollar strength. Okay, and that might help us out. No, it wouldn't help us out. If we fall through and stay in dollar weakness trades, that would help out the precious metals. But if we do fall, hold, and lift off, yeah, big headwind, especially for the precious metals. Okay, now here's the euro. So when we're looking at the euro, it's kind of interesting because when you zoom out, and we were talking about this last week, we had this short from highs. Now, we don't know of our larger support level until we get down here. Okay, until we get to our halfway back. All right. You got not last week. I don't know what you're saying, Laura. Oh, you got bit last week by a snake? No. No, thank you. That's the one thing. I don't care. I grew up like on a farm, the whole thing. Still to this, my uncles used to play with them. Oh, they all the time. My uncles would play with them, and I remember they were on the baseball field, and they like brought these baby snakes from home, and they released them onto their little baseball field. No, nope. Not my jam. Don't care. Don't want to hear it. People tell me, oh, they're just harmless. Nope. Don't want them at all. Nope. Yeah. Well, hopefully it was just, it wasn't a poisonous one, Lar. Hopefully it was just a garter snake or something. Wasn't like a water moccasin or something. Those are all over Indiana. Water moccasins. Ooh. Seems swimming in the water. No, thank you, sir. No. Under your garbage can? Oh man, I'd freak out. Hopefully it was not poisonous, man. Like seriously. Like I don't know what type of snakes they have where you are, but yeah. Yeah, if your leg's turning blue, I'd say get off the live and go get yourself some medical attention. Right? Markets will always be here. If you need to save your leg or something. Oh. Your soul would have left first, right? To make it just gone. Just nope. A corn snake. Are those worse than an otter? Uh-oh. Yes. Are those poison? I don't know anything about snakes. Is a corn snake bad? Doesn't sound good. Oh man. That's a good point, Joe Mama. He's still here, so he must have been okay. Yeah. That's right. Very good, RC. Indiana Jones. Why did it have to be snakes? Yeah. No, no, I've not been bitten by an otter, Miss Mary Rose. Otters they're not venomous. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amanda. No, I have a problem with otters. I don't want to get into it. They're horrible creatures. They look cute, but they're wretched. All your stuff goes missing. No, I've never been bitten by one because I won't be around them close enough. But anyway, all right. That's right, Lyle. Not many snakes in Winnipeg, right? This time of year. All right. So Euro. This is what's interesting. That short from highs, right? That larger short from highs is broken. Now, we don't know where any support is until we get down here. So is there this long? Well, there could be, but we got to get through this short setup, right? So that's what we're watching going into the morning. All right, that's what we're watching right there, because we do have room, right, to fall back down into support. I'm watching that like really closely. Okay, not poison. Okay, good, Laura. Jeez, that's scary. I'm knock on wood, never been bitten by a snake. Oh, no, I don't even think about it. It's awful. I don't think about it. So that's from April 17th to lows. All right, there's our pullback right there. That's what we're watching, or at least that's what I'm watching. This, right, would be dollar strength, and a lot of it. Okay. If we can continue to hold little long setups on the way up here and we get through this, we're still in dollar weakness. So this is dollar weakness right now at this moment. But this guy rolls over, go back into dollar strength. And if we go back into dollar strength with the dollar yen falling out of the top of the range, not good. Not good. Okay. So we'll see. All right. Remember, it's real early in the week here, guys, and it's FOMC week. So it could be a little wonky. Not wonky, but just illiquid, right? Wall Street hates uncertainty. And, we don't have any uncertainty about the rate decision, but that press conference after is going to be a big deal. Remember, if crude oil keeps rising and rising and rising, we're not talking about not having cuts anymore. We're talking about hikes, let alone when are we going to cut? Like if crude oil keeps doing its thing and we stay in these long trends and it keeps going and inflation keeps getting pressured, we could actually have a rate hike. That would be insane, but that's kind of how it works. So, okay. All right, man, we are just flirting with that fill. This is tight. Hopefully this will stretch far enough away, guys. Okay. This is tight because if you're front running the profit target up here or front running the fill, that's real tight. I mean, you're about 3 points away. All right, so we'll see. Hopefully, best case scenario, VIX squeezes back into resistance, at least back up to these highs, right? VIX squeezes back up to the resistance. That leads us south, right, in the direction of these 20 points. Okay, VIX rolls over from its resistance. Indices lift off into the fill and then continuation of the trend. All right, you could definitely see that happening. So we'll see what the VIX does this morning. But yeah, we're bouncing off of these lows right here, right? So we've got room. So this little squeeze could lead us into right here, right? And that would be this area. All right, and then lift off into the fill, continuation of the trend. Okay, that's a normal gap fill in a bullish market. Okay. All right. Any questions? Any questions? It's funny, as much as I talk about snakes, like, no, I don't want to put any false pretenses out there. I freaking hate them. Don't like them at all. Nope. I don't even like them. They could be moving 50 feet from me on the ground. Still freaks me out. Don't like them. Have no problem saying that. I'm cool with pretty much any other animal. Nope. All right. Have you watched the Apex movie with Charlize Theron? No, I have not. I've watched Snakes on a Plane. I'm not gonna say it. All right. Oh, Amanda, speaking of hiking, I thought of you yesterday. So I'm out. It was a beautiful day yesterday. So I'm out, and all of a sudden, guess who I see everywhere, like out in the woods? Who do I see everywhere out in the woods on a really nice, clear day? Anybody? I saw birders, Amanda, and I thought, oh, yep, she's right. There you go. There were a bunch of birders out yesterday, out on the trails. They were all excited. I heard, yes, yeah, that's right. I heard them sitting and talking about some certain thing they were seeing and blah, blah, blah. Yep. So they were all out yesterday. Yep. So you're not alone. All right. That's right. Your secret obsession. Amanda's a closet birder. Yep. So these people were serious, man. They had their binoculars, they had their book out, they had everything. They were serious about it. All right. Okay. Any questions, anybody? All right. Yes, ranges are now Stegosaurus pattern. Thanks, Miss Mary Rose. I will have to check it out. I watched Ed's dinosaur series. That was good. I had a lot of reptiles that are fake, but anyway. All right. Thanks, Miss Amanda. Thanks, Miss Tomika, Edward, Laura, everybody. All right, RC, one day closer to May. One day closer to May. Month of May starts Friday. Month of May starts Friday. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, everybody, we will be back for live trading. We have both Karen, Lady Leverage, Karen, aka Lady Leverage, and Fuzz coming on to trade with us this morning. Should be a fun week in the markets. Mondays are always interesting, but we'll be back in just a few minutes, so make sure to get your mentals right, get your trading game plan down, ready to go, and we'll see you here in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
NASDAQ. Mm. Dow Jones. Mrs. Jones. All right, we got ourselves a quick push to Friday's point of control above 714.50. We got clear blue skies again on the SPY, so that's what I'm watching. We do have a thin tail on the volume profile on Friday, so if we start to lose about 712.80, we could see a quick move down. So that's kind of what I'm watching. Either we break above or we just kind of flutter. That's my game plan. Yeah. Whose bright idea was that? Mm, 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 mm. Karen, did you have a good time in New York?
I'm tired.
Yeah.
I did. It was a good time. Good time. But then it rained.
Ugh, what is that?
I know. We had rain all Saturday.
We need like 13 inches of rain to get us out of the
I
drought.
wish you could have had it.
I would love it. I mean, it's crunchy out here.
Yeah, especially for allergies, it helps. They clear it all out. Wow, why is bank up? Bank
The
is up.
Dow's took off. The Dow and RTY both pushing hard, Karen.
Oh, I see. Okay, yep. Oh, I see. Okay.
We're gonna have some rotation out of some of these big hitters.
Yeah, look at that
this week.
Little pre-earnings. I think I might have muted to the stream earlier, but Chad, I did mention there's tons of big earnings this week. I think several of the Mag 7.
Yeah, look at that.
Several.
¿Qué pasa?
Yeah, I want to speak to the manager who scheduled Wednesday.
I know. I had a facial that day. I had to cancel that. Yeah, there they.
Yeah, Wednesday after close, you have Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Google all reporting earnings. You have SoFi before open, yeah, and FOMC on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, and then Apple is Thursday after close.
Yeah. Palantir, moving.
Madness. The Palantir.
How dare they? I'm gonna have to call them and be like, I'm sorry, I can't make it. There's just too many things on the calendar. The SPY's starting to go.
Thinking about an NQ long here.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure we go above the high. Palantir looks good though.
USO looking interesting.
Try a little MNQ on a futures account here.
All right, yes, doing okay. Still waiting for 714.50.
Yeah.
Load up some 715s in case we pop.
fill on the MNQ is 27,397.
QB Customers Bank Corp. That's green. I don't think I've seen that before. QB.
Cute.
Yeah, QB, CUBI.
Mm.
iHeart. What is this? iHeart Media. IHRT is green.
Oh yeah, like iHeartRadio.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, iHeartRadio.
I think iHeartMedia is iHeartRadio.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh. You're so smart.
Mine. I'm just a genius. That's what I do. That's what I do.
This bar is closed. Let's see what bookmap says. What be saying? Bookmap.
On NASDAQ, just being a little scared this morning, it looks like.
Yes, 7,200. It looks like it wants to. Let's see. Yeah, I think I get SPY.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
It's got to break through this.
How's things going on your options prop account, Karen? Still making progress?
So, okay. Because I was in Philly, I let that AMD go.
Yeah.
So as soon as it taps you to the 500, because I did the 10,000, that's
Mhm.
it. There's no like end of day, whatever.
Yeah.
It tapped it and then it shot
Yeah,
up.
it's like intraday, isn't it? I
and
was looking at it.
Yeah, I was actually talking to one of the Vanquish co-founders. I was like, this sucks.
Yeah.
It should be
Yeah,
end of
I don't like
day.
intraday trailing drawdown is
Yeah,
terrible.
I'm like, it should be end of day because I was completely right on that. It just tapped it and bounced. So it's more of a very,
You gotta be
is kind of
careful
like
how
a
you size and
futures.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look with Palantir. So I just let it go, and then I was like, okay, I realized what to do. So I was up like $230 already, and then that happened. I said, okay, I'll
This is
try.
a options prop firm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? Who's doing that?
Vanquish. It was so random because they were there, and I was like, wait, who are you?
Oh, they were
Was
actually
it
at the
like
New
the
York
prop?
thing. That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading through the Reddit reviews. Now they were like a year old, Fuzz, and I told Karen, I was like, I don't know if I would do it. I'd stay away. They don't have a whole lot of payout history, but she was like, I'm gonna
Right,
try out.
is
She
that?
got the smallest account they have, I think.
Yeah, the 10,000.
Okay,
So
yeah.
they do have one that's advanced options that you can do the credit spreads. But again, if the credit spreads happens to go below that 500, you're going to be tapped out and you're done.
Yeah, they use an intraday
So-
trailing drawdown. So even if it goes into profit, so like that,
Yeah.
so even it's like say she went $500 in profit and just didn't take her profit, and then it came back to break even, like that would still be considered a $500
Yeah.
loss.
And that's what happened.
Okay. So I got them pulled up here. That's
So it's-
interesting.
So use the code April, I think it is, for 50% off. So I went and got a new one now. So I'm like, okay, I can't leave it alone. I have to babysit it.
Mhm.
You can put stops and stuff like that, but
Yeah, you definitely have to babysit with an intraday trailing. Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
Are they the first? This is the first company that's done it.
One of the
I
first
don't
ones
know.
I've seen
I've
do
never
options.
I've never
yeah.
done like options.
No.
Yeah, an options prop.
I think there's another one that somebody showed me, but this was one of the major, major first. Because he said it's been taking them a while to put it together.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Sure, it's not easy.
it's just starting to take off. But I got his number, so if we have questions, I'm gonna message him. Be like, what is this? You should make it intraday.
Did he speak at the thing as well?
Yes, he was there earlier. Yeah.
No, okay. What's
He
his
said that he
name?
started Anaya. I can't pronounce his name too well. Hold on. He started crypto mining.
Okay.
That was funny.
Mm,
Ananya.
None of your business.
Uh-huh. Ananya. Yeah.
All right, all the indices seeing a little bit of a
Yeah.
pullback here. Watching 27,383. I want that to hold.
It came back down, so let's see if this is going to hold. That's why I didn't get in, because the pre-market high, and I said, let me wait until this.
Yeah, Q's trying to. Couldn't get over 714.50 on SPY, so I'm a no.
Yeah, no. I was just waiting for that to see if it could. But no means no. Yeah. NVIDIA better hold the support somewhere here. If not, then there we go.
Drop on the Dow and Q trying to hold down.
Yeah. Try on the 200 there. There's my other screen. Show me more tickers. Yeah, on my SPYs, I'm going to try this new thing. And if it works, then I'll share. Right now, it's telling me don't get into anything like SPY because it's in the range. And so is NVIDIA. What's
Makes
happening?
sense.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's in a range. That's all. I'll show you what I'm seeing. There's the button. But let me show you this other one. This is what I'm looking at. So it's telling me we're in this yellow. So yellow means don't get in. But this other one is telling me that it started to tell me that it's going down for NVIDIA. SPY hasn't said anything yet. For Qs, it is showing me down. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got tagged out on the Q loan.
Let's see.
Like
662.30. Might have to try something there.
NVIDIA double bottom. Maybe this could be something. Maybe. Where's my financial juice?
That's a good reminder. I don't have that up right now either.
Ooh, hello.
Are you missing something? It's just Verizon CEO.
Q puts.
Very supportive.
661s.
Oh, that's a big wick.
Yeah, ES completely gave up its initial move up here, made new lows. Same with RQI. They're trying to hold its open. Pretty wild wick on the NQ 5-minute here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get NVIDIA go back up. Interesting.
Yeah. Apple seeing a bounce. Microsoft's has got some crazy pre-market price action going.
Yeah, they had some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, is there any news on it? There's like a massive from like 427 down to 404. That's a
Yeah, I
crazy.
think they were down like 4% at one point, and then they like, bounced it. Right
Yeah, they had a
back up.
crazy spike. Yeah, I actually don't hate the way it looks for longs right now. It looked like almost like a news candle. But
Netflix is coming back up also.
Yeah, there was some news there on Microsoft. OpenAI and Microsoft amended partnership agreement.
Amended, okay.
OpenAI license will now be non-exclusive, and it will no longer pay revenue share to OpenAI.
Oh. I'll save some money on that.
All right, we're starting to drop.
Yeah. Get my phone. Yeah.
I want to see them move to about 660 on the Qs.
$71.80 has the break, but there's a resistance 71.87.
There we go. I'll take some off here. Look at us go.
Yeah, I mean,
dumping,
sorry.
baby.
Yeah, hold on, I gotta post it. Give me a minute. Jeez. I got the 712s.
I took partial there.
I'm still posting.
Mm-mm.
713.75.
I took half. Let's see if we can't get that 660. SPY trying to hold. Dow pushing back up.
Yeah, but Dow
It
only
is,
not 7
right?
big
Yeah.
bounce. But NQ just got an
Yeah.
ugly 2-minute close, especially compared to the ES 2-minute.
Yeah. I think it may do that retest, little bounce up and then down. And NVIDIA looks like it's about to drop too. I'm gonna do that one for the public options prop account. Where am I here? Damn, that's a bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Dude, I gotta get you to start making me sound effects
Jeez.
for the soundboard here.
Damn. It's almost to my stop. I want to see if it breaks through this 200. There's resistance above. That's why I'm not really buying into it, but
On Bookmap there is.
yeah, there's resistance there. I want 7,200 still.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know if it's gonna come. It hit my stop just now.
So that's
but
like,
I'm
yeah, okay. So that's like Friday's high area. I did try
Okay,
some
Google.
ES at 71.88. We'll see. 200 would be like first target.
348. Yeah. But we're still in that range. That's why I'm afraid to play. I'm leaving it for a minute. Let's just see what it does.
Little wonky price action.
All right, Google is breaking out.
So sell limit at 71.99.75 for a trim.
Yeah, Google for sure is looking. I'm going to try that one for the prop. Let's see, though. It has the 349. Oof, there's a lot up here, too.
Well, we got about 5 minutes on the second 15-minute bar. The ES and NQ 15-minute looking quite different.
Yeah, he does the read. I see what he's doing. Okay. Let's see.
Jada, nice QQQ puts.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Hopefully you locked up some profit before this shenanigans here.
Shenanigans is right.
Evil shenanigans.
Just waiting to see if it breaks the 72. If it doesn't, then I'm still in these puts. If it does, then I
7,200.
don't mind. Yeah. If it does, then I'll change. I'll add more if it rejects.
Advanced client issues doing pretty decent. Still need over 714.50 for a long VIX new low.
Mm-hmm. Give me the new high. Yes.
Trying.
Trying, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is a lot of red right there, though.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Google. Okay.
Absorb them, baby. Absorb them.
Mhm.
Nom 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 nom.
Hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
So, wait, this is giving me. Wait. Oh my God, is this buying me spy? I literally put in Google. Sure is.
Got a new squeeze going on the ES and NQ.
Freaking A. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, I was buying Google and this thing bought spy for me. I'm trying this prop thing.
Really? Is it just like it was just like a glitch?
I guess I literally, oh my God, that would have been. I'll try again. Oh, I'm so annoyed.
That
I'm
was one of
looking and
the
I'm like, why are the numbers not going up?
one of the Reddit complaints was that the platform had a bunch of glitches.
Yeah. I punched in Google, yeah, and then I'm turning around, right? So let's see if this actually turns or not. Yeah, Google needs to get above 350. If that breaks, it has more upside. So I'm playing this for the prop just because I'm trying to experiment with it. Yep, there goes 3. It
Let's
tagged it.
see if ES can hold here at 193s.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the Qs can give us a new short.
Yeah, NQ's still underneath its opening print.
Mm-hmm. Maybe she's not going gently into that good night. Okay, we're off to a decent volume start. 8% with a 30-day average. It's not too terrible. Just kind of distributing still up here.
Yep. 350 needs to break to it.
Give us a pot to new highs. Chilly this morning.
Yeah.
Was it?
It was like 41 degrees here when I got up. Ugh. It's up to 56 now, and it's gonna hit like 71, but
There it
my
goes.
office
All right.
is still cold.
You need a hoodie.
I actually call them, but dude, this is the problem. Is I put it on, then I get too warm, and then I'm like, I don't know what to, I can't keep going back and forth. I got this little heater too. I'm like, I need a pair of socks on. My feet are cold. That's what I need.
Oh yeah, socks is what does it for me, man. You do what we do down here, just a hoodie and shorts.
Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah, that's what I was rocking earlier. But then I just got the slides on barefoot.
Okay, spot. All right, Q's, you gonna give me another shot here?
Maybe 71, 70, 91. Okay, so now it. Did he just lock me out?
The Vanquish did.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Karen, this is not a good review. Jada, I will take my
No.
socks to the grave. Tell me,
just locked-
I could never sleep with socks. I'm sorry, Karen. That's annoying. Like, did
Yeah.
it like say you
Yeah,
failed the
that's-
account
that's
type
not
thing?
good.
I don't know. I think so, but it was still above the level.
It's not looking good.
Thumbs down, Vanquish. Thumbs down. You're messing with that girl, Karen. We don't like that. We don't like that around here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this thing.
Mm.
Did it tap me out for?
Oh, come on. Yes, trying.
Didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I think it's. That's just. What the fuck? Sorry.
Let's go. We got a swear jar.
Swear jar.
We're at, from 87. Let's see what's
Totally.
what's gonna be. Let me get a drum roll. Can we get a drum roll, please?
Well-deserved F-bomb, though.
Yeah, that was well deserved for sure. Do I not have a drum roll? I thought I had a drum roll. I guess we'll just get us the punchline drums and then we'll go. $2 in the swear jar. We're up to $89, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
Karen's Vanquish issues. Putting money in the swear jar. Let's go.
That's a prop firm account right there. $89 bucks.
I'm telling him right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let him know, Karen.
I mean,
That's crazy.
but it didn't go down enough to be down $500. I had 10 of them, but that wasn't enough to like.
going sideways all day. I can hear the rage in your key typing.
That's me. That's what I think.
Oh.
Maybe. I think. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm telling him now. Because I said, I'm on YouTube, I'm reviewing it. And then he's like, send me the thing. And I said, well, I can't now. It locked me out. Oh my God. And now Google's going to, oh, no. Mm-mm. I'm losing an opportunity with my money. Okay, no. All right. Oh. Jeez, hold on. Now I gotta go on the other account because I want to play this and make my money.
Jada, we might get another opportunity to short cues.
Yeah, I'm still in those puts. Well, let me go buy more. Now I'm just annoyed.
What's this NQ squeeze doing? Okay. I'm gonna hop back in these.
Hopping back in some NQ shorts.
Yeah, some Qs. I'm back in at $1.11.
I'm almost back to break even. We're still in some profit by a couple points, but doing my finger on the trigger here to exit. Not yet.
Don't you wake me like that. It's fine. I'll have stops up here at 663-ish.
I gotta adjust my mic so typing's not so bad.
And stops about right here. And that's what I'm looking at.
He wants me to go to their Discord.
I like the reaction here. ES pull back and a VWAP back above the level. We'll see. We'll see. Still holding. I may move my stop up to break even here because now I have this little 2-minute structure as a potential higher low on the 2-minute that I could use as some market structure to move my stop up to break even, but I'm not going to do it just yet. That's not what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Well, Fuzz, the good news is my Penguins didn't get swept. We're still alive.
Nice. I didn't look to see what happened.
They went down. Yeah, they went
this
down
week.
3 games to nothing, but they won game 4.
Oof.
Back to Pittsburgh
That-
tonight.
Desperado.
Yeah.
All right, they're holding, so that's annoying.
Where do I go for this? Because support chatbot or the actual website can also tell you what happened. I know what happened. It logged me out.
It's a little too slow for my blood.
Oh my god. That's just all right. That's the review for that. All right, I'm adding more puts here.
I'm still in my queues.
Yeah, I look at the money I could have made now. Hold on.
Karen, that's what I was saying when we were first looking at them a while ago.
Yeah.
I was like, it's not even so much that like if like they don't pay you, it only costs whatever $100-200.
Yeah.
It's more about that, like the opportunity cost of like when you could have taken, a good trade somewhere else.
Yeah, I could have used my own money. I was looking at Google. At first it didn't let me in. Somehow I ended up with Spy, and then
Yeah, that part of it's wild to me.
I'm like, I typed in Google though, because that's what I was looking at. I didn't want
Yeah.
to play Spy because I'm playing Spy on my own money. And then I said, all right, I'll take it. And then on one little candle, I don't see how it wasn't even a candle. It was this thing. I don't know. Oh, okay, now it makes me
Well-
mad. I'm gonna have to make my own money.
I'm just happy you were able to contribute $2 to the swear jar in the fiasco.
Yeah.
This is
It's holding
a little
here,
bit painfully slow.
Yeah.
What's Mr. Bank doing?
Mr. Bank is coming down, but it's gonna hit the 21.
Okay.
We'll see if that continues. And VIX is gonna hit that 9. Let's see if it continues down. Or if we need another candle to get us under that 200 to make sure.
See, I'm back to break even.
I'm still in my trade. He has pulled back. I'm sitting, a point above break even here. Not even.
Do it, queues.
Let me get the board. Do it. Drop it.
VIX is still sitting at its lows. Which way will we go?
I think down first, but this is really taking too long.
Mm-hmm.
One second, let me just get under this table. Oh, I'm so annoyed right now. Still. Not that I don't like losing, it's just the fact that I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, Jada, from what I understand, I'm pretty sure the broker that they're using is like mostly from the CFD space, which is like Forex. So I don't know.
Give me 1 second. Let me put this in.
Well, we just got a range established here so far, and
All right, I'm back.
the vibes right now kind of feel like we may just stick in this range for a little while, but we'll see. I guess the market plays a little bit of a waiting game until Wednesday with some of the bigger earnings. FOMC wouldn't be all that shocking, I guess.
Just trying to see if this buy area low and -1 standard deviation band is going to break. Yeah, I don't like slowness. That's what sometimes they like to make it really boring at the open, and then you just get this random weird move at some lunchtime.
Yeah, when nobody's ready for it.
Yeah, when you're not, you're like, what? Why didn't you do this earlier?
And Q2 minute now trying a little bit more than he is.
I don't really see a divergence.
Okay, so I'm writing up a support ticket here. I'm sure that.
Yeah. Karen's over there being quiet because she just rage support ticketing.
Rage mode here. You're not a good trader, really. I wouldn't think I would be a good trader then if this kept happening. Okay, relax and concentrate.
Come on, cues.
Drop it.
Crude oil up 1.6%. Energy up about 1%. Financials up 0.75. Communications up 0.6. So that must be the Google.
Netflix is starting to go here. It looks like. Let me check the Google Netflix because not Nvidia today. It's about time though. They started cooling down. Netflix has been quiet.
Set at about 90.50 for Netflix.
Yeah, look at it go. All right, what's the next level? 93, 93.20, 93.50, $94. Okay, we can get it to 100. Come on, guys, push it down. A little bit of resistance, 71.94. It's just taking too long. I need to get tomorrow's expiration.
Yeah, 0 days. Not the type of action you want for 0 days for sure.
No. You need a big drop at this point. Any day. I guess they responded. Is that what that is? I just need one more piece of information before I forward. Do you please confirm your email? Oh.
Second automated response.
Yeah.
In other news, 22 Buddhist monks were arrested at a Sri Lankan airport after attempting to smuggle 250 pounds of highly potent cannabis.
Oh man, them monks know how to get down, baby. Come on, let a monk get a look. Don't they know there's like just free dispensaries that you can go to now? Like, I guess you got to get it back to the homeland somehow. It's not free, but legal. Legal was the word I was looking for.
Are they really monks though?
I don't know anything about the roles of being a monk, but if you're gonna be celibate, you at least gotta be able to toke up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let the monk live.
Yeah. Still in the stupid range, but now it's trying to come back up. 71.88.
Imagine you could take like a 2-day trip of travel for some enlightenment, and you get to the monks, and they're all just stoned, eating munchies, like watching Netflix.
It's a different kind of enlightenment.
Sit down and light this bad boy up. We'll show you some enlightenment.
The VIX is pathetic.
That's a great headline.
Oh, still a whole lot of Nowheresville here, huh?
Drop it.
Netflix though.
Drop
Okay,
it.
I'm in there.
This current 2-minute rejection does have me leaning to want to try flip short, but VIX is still kind of chilling near the lows.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just so slow.
There's nothing that's an F, yeah.
I'm hanging on, but it's like, golly.
I love how every time you say that, I think you're gonna say like GD, but you go with golly. I gotta start using that. I like that.
Yeah. Gosh darn it. Gee willies.
Let's go. Drop it.
Getting a little bit of a better squeeze on the ES. Momentum is starting to fade on the NQ.
I know it's gonna do it. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I like my odds at this point. Come
There you
on.
go. See, I knew it. It's just a matter of time. I'm here doing other things. Rage into that good night.
Yes.
We know how you be multitasking over there.
Rage. Let's go. Make me some money. Okay. Come on, we need a little bit more.
Yes.
Again,
Come on.
Question is, do we go and break these lows? Or do we kind of
Mm,
continue to sit in this range and bounce?
71.85. 71.85, 71.80. Hello. We'll do 713. Still 713.75 is a good stop.
Cool.
There goes NVIDIA. There you go. Keep it going. Allow me to check your account with our team. Yeah, you failed because it locked me out.
All right, I got a fill on partial 135.
China officials currently working to secure the release of 70 ships belonging to China, Iran International. Okay. Something else though. It's stuck at this level.
PL Palantir, U, CRM, and Snow are doing pretty decent. Come on, squeeze.
Come on. 713.50 if you want to be more conservative on the stops. I'll put that in also. That's my basis.
We
That's
did
my
tap into that
basis.
-2 standard deviation.
Mm.
Let's see if we get back over here. I'll stop.
La, 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 la. I just see that support. I'm hoping it'll come back down and break it. 71.85, 71.84.
You can see these are my ES
All right.
levels that I'm watching here, chat.
I'm out.
Yep.
Scrapping
Stupid
pennies, I feel like.
candles. Okay, I hate that support. It had more to go, though. I mean, that wasn't really a support. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I'm gonna give it a candle. I'm gonna wait. I waited this long. I'm gonna wait. Get another one. So make sure. It's not above my 200, so I have to. And they're kind of bunched up there.
Holy cow,
what
there
is
we
this?
go.
Yeah, geez. Well, now it's, yeah,
Yowzers.
it broke now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
What was that? Was there some news on this? What was that?
Nothing yet, but I'm not. I have the delayed version of Financial Juice. So.
Yes, I don't see anything now either.
Oh my goodness, it really missed my trim by 0.75 here. Come on.
No, that's unkind.
Hmm.
Well, that was unkind. It tapped the 7,200. Me, because I have to wait another, just because when it gives you a big candle, is there a continuation? So I have to wait.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like we're just gonna reject the top of this range again,
Yeah.
which will
That
be
was
absolutely obnoxious.
wild.
As you can see, chat, those
Is that a
levels be
fat
leveling.
finger? I think there's a fat finger type of.
Let's see. Someone did buy $7.5 million worth of Meta 675 calls expiring in 2 weeks.
Ooh, and they got
Yeah,
earnings on
week.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we're playing a little
That's
bit
about
of an
to break
earnings
out.
game, boy.
They bought the 675s 2 weeks out. They cost $30.
We're really just gonna reject here again, you son of a biscuit eating bulldog.
They bought about 2,500 of those.
Are all those orders still at 7,200 on Bookmap, Karen, on ES?
It broke, and there
On
is,
that
yeah, they came
spike
back
there?
in. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was a lower at 71.9850. That one went away, but the 7,200 is coming in again.
Let's see if 71.93 here can hold and make a higher high here.
Slight, yeah, slight, but nothing really. It's white, so it's not really. I think it'll try to come back down, fill the little gap now.
That was weird
That was, I don't know, it doesn't
because
say
I don't see
anything.
news.
I think it's just some algos bending people over type vibe. Just ranging it, chopping it, trapping it back and forth.
Wait, so sources in Israel security establishment. This is negative. Established describe the real rift between the Shin Bet chief and the heads of the brigades and wings. I don't. That would be a negative. I don't see how that's a positive. That would cause that. Well, I'm still in.
So am I, but my annoyance level is at a new all-time high.
Yeah, well, I'm beyond annoyed today. I might have to take a couple of walks around the block.
Take that good
Yeah,
boy
you
for
have
a
you
walk.
have every right to be annoyed.
Where are those monks?
I can't reveal any information. We'll get you
Those
taken care of
monks.
here, character. Don't worry. We'll get you taken care of. We gotta keep it on the
It's
DL.
mad at my dad.
Here, I'll mute myself from the stream, but you guys can hear me.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay, good. Thank you, because that's two. Like I walked away the other day and I was like, all right, I'll give it to you. But literally it tapped it and bounced. Look at AMD on Friday. Tapped
Mm-hmm.
it. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just annoyed. Just annoyed. Come on. Their support isn't until 7189 here in ES, which is basically filling the gap. That's one big red line up. See if it does this. And 7185 will be the support again. But the problem again is the waiting.
They're gonna crash it back down.
I think so, because there's nothing. What caused nothing?
Why's my phone so hot? Oh my god. What is running?
You forgot to turn off the hub in the background.
I guess. God bless.
Golly. Is that what that noise was?
Jiminy Cricket. Oh, what is this? This is so dumb. Is Microsoft back down? No. Pop that back up. What did Netflix end up doing? And Google is still strong.
I think Netflix is just retesting. Google's still strong. I can't look at Google. I'm still annoyed. Let me put a new one. It's not Google's fault.
Energy is going for gap fill. Fireworks. There we go. Do I go for round 3 on the cubes?
I'm still sitting here because
Oh my god.
I didn't like it.
I mean, yeah, it's like
high compression squeeze now on the NQ. What about Intel? What is Intel doing? Seem like they're chilling. AMAT's getting crushed. SNDK trading over 1,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But IGB over here.
Maybe CoreWeave. Oh, we bounced up again. Look, it's ES again. It goes up to go.
Smack them right back down.
Mm-hmm.
So annoying.
Are we trying to? What's the balls?
Balls.
Yeah.
My balls are 7,200 there, and then
Okay.
we're just in a range. 71.85 could be possible support, but it keeps stopping here. 71.90, but I don't really. Book map wise, there's nothing here other than the previous support. 71.88. Possible support into 71.85. But I think that other indicator I was talking about, it was right. Don't
Mhm.
get in. It was just saying don't do anything because it's
Here's choppy.
yeah, that's what it's saying. It's still yellow. It's still in that area.
Mama
It's
didn't
been
raise no
right.
wuss.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. It's like, yeah. Like Google today, it was showing it got out, retested that yellow at around 9:55, and that's when it took off. Nvidia didn't show. It's still in its little yellow. So CoreWeave is outside of its little box, but
Jada said that Vanquish interface is hard to use.
Yeah.
it is on the.
That's what I was saying. I think the platform or the broker they use is more like involved in the CFD space.
Yeah, Visa could be a possible breakout. Possible, not yet. I mean, it could. I don't know. Everything could, but nothing yet. SPY, I'm about to drop just because. Candle. It's
VIX is
holding the
looking weak
200.
still.
Yeah. It hit the 9 and now it's back down. Bank is going up, but it's hitting the top of the orb. Volunteer tried breaking out. It's kind of holding. Yeah. Let's see what this looks like here then. I just want to see if it does like a weird triple top and then comes back down. Yes. It seems I'm committed at this point with this position. Because it hasn't done anything. I mean, I can see that it's on top of the 200, the 300, but it's not like a big push that I can say, all right, it's about to go. It keeps wicking. I do see the DMI though is pointing up. It would be a great pullback into this level to take off, but it should have taken off already. I'll give it another one. If it gets under that 200, then I'll definitely stay with it. See, this is what I wanted to see on Bookmap. Did it come back up 1, 2, and this little guy come way up here? I would say triple top, but this is a lower high, but it likes the 7190. I can see why, because the 200 is there, but and let's see if this breaks now. Gonna do it. See if it breaks. Meta is going. You were talking about Meta.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wasting my time here on these. That's why.
Yeah, I think Fuzz said somebody put a big bet on Meta loans for 2 weeks out. I think he said.
Mm-hmm. Yep, 7.4 million. They paid $30 per con.
For Meta for next week.
2 weeks. 2 weeks out.
2 weeks. Okay. Oh, I forget about these dailies. So what? I like 2 weeks. That's
That almost happened to me last week. I forgot they were doing that, and I was just kind of.
I did do that.
And
I
was
did
like,
that on
"Oh my
Apple,
God,
dude. I thought I was
expires
buying
today."
weeklies.
No.
I couldn't believe how the contracts were moving. I was like, what is happening to these Apple contracts? Like, what is happening? It's weird.
I said, "Oh my God, no, that's not what I want."
Okay. So the 15th. Let's see, the 15th. I mean, they have some at the 720 for open interest. But the 3,000 is the 680. 11,000, yeah. 680 to 720. It's a little expensive. Should I do it?
Yeah, they bought the 675s is what they bought for 515. 515 expiration. Final. Sus here.
Yeah. Still riding the horse.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Come on. Bring it down.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. 7190 now has resistance. That's good. That's what we couldn't break. That's what I like. But then the 7185 is the support. We need to break that. And it's trying to break 7190 again. Don't do it. Come on. Ah, big ball.
Did they walk away?
And they broke the 7190 support.
Maybe it's a liquidity grab.
Yeah.
Maybe.
This range just keeps getting a little tighter and tighter and tighter here.
The momentum is still pointing to red.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
it
what I'm
hasn't
seeing.
changed. Do for tomorrow if you're going to do it. Don't do it like me. I'm sitting in here because I can't move it. I could roll it and do all that, but I was just looking for a quick scalp. I didn't think I was going to be here all morning.
Market had other plans and said, not today, lady. We ain't going anywhere. We're sitting right here. Stewing in it. Bask in the chop.
Oh, yeah, that was a check. Okay, upon checking your account has been breached. Yeah, I get it because you locked me out. I get it. Thank you.
Bask in the theta burn, theta decay. We're gonna bask in the theta decay. Now that tax season is chilling out, Karen, are you a little more relaxed? Is life a little bit more calmed down for you?
Maybe after this week.
Okay.
I still have to close out the payroll quarter, first quarter. And then yes, I need a vacation soon. Look at that. Starting to bounce. I was here hoping to pay for the vacation with the Vanquish account, but I guess that's not going to happen. It's okay. Come on down. Come on down. We're under the 200, so now I have to stay in it.
Play that song for you, Karen. Here we go. This is for both of us. We're all hanging on for dear life.
Come on.
Come on, let's go.
Do the thing.
The thing we like, the big red down.
Show me big red balls.
Okay, put it on. Okay,
I
so
mean,
71.87. 71.87.50 has to break. Come on, 71.84 would be the next one. 71.91 has a little bit of resistance. Above 200.
Fuzz is digging it. Fuzz is digging it.
Is that dancing parrot? What are my signals saying over here? Up, down, up, down, up,
Down, up, down, not moving. All right, I may do matter into the earnings then. Let's see. These are telling me there is an orb up here. On the 30-minute, though, it nicely came down to the 200. On the 1 hour also.
Yeah, Jose's pointing out that VIX is still dropping, but we're not moving, which is
Right. It's like that last Tuesday that we had the same thing. Everything was going up. The VIX, everybody was just up, up, up. I think oil was up too. I didn't care. Weird. The France President Macron, I will engage again with Iran authorities after the trip to Andorra. Press conference by several foreign ministers ahead of the Security Council meeting on the Strait of Hormuz. For Iran Foreign Minister, Trump is requesting negotiation between the U.S. has not achieved any of its objective, and we are looking into that request. Marine traffic noted that large cruise ships linked to Russian steel industry billionaire who is under sanctions passed through the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, okay. Well, that's not a surprise. Sources in the Israeli security establishment describe the real rift between the Oh, yeah, we did that. And the brigade. All right. What is the real rift? Get him a peace pipe.
Monks will have one of those.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like the bazooka type. The amount they have.
They're running a whole distribution network.
Mm-hmm. Contribution amounts are down, so
Meta's moving.
yeah, I know. I'm gonna get one for you do the 15th, but maybe I have to do a debit spread. $682. If I did a 682.50 to 690.
Okay. Okay. Come on.
We're doing stuff. We're doing stuff.
Something.
Okay.
Come alive.
Listen, guys, don't get excited. We've made the range.
Yeah,
We're to stay in the range. We're not leaving the range. Although that being said, the Dow is now making new lows. That's good for shorts.
71.85 has to break.
Keeping us grounded, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Don't get too excited here. This is the area right here. This is where we go today.
71.80. I don't want to walk away because when I walk away, it's gonna happen.
Well, then maybe you should just walk away and let it happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and just let it happen. All right, let me get up and walk around. Let's see here. Yeah, they're responding. Yeah. I'm like, well, maybe let people know where the breach is, but I really don't think that happened, and maybe keep you logged in so you can view. So I can't even see what happened. Kind of like in the futures that you can see. It still keeps you logged in. It doesn't log you out.
There you go.
Yep. 71.
See, now I think is where I should just now buy more longs. I don't know.
71.80 maybe it. There's some support there, but if not,
VIX finally seeing a bounce as well.
okay. 71.75. Yeah, there's support there, but if we break that 71.80-ish, 71.81.25 all the way to 71.79.75, I'm gonna be, I'll be very happy.
Back at the -2 standard deviation band on SPY.
Is it? Okay, let's see.
It's a nice candle on VIX too. Ticks are still soft. That squeeze looks so good.
Great.
Put in an order at 250. See if I can get that when it drops. Qs do not be a
Mm-hmm. Don't be
They gonna
that
make
thing.
me add something to the swear jar.
It's turning around. Hold on. 71.87. And ES is yellow. Let's see if it. No. Go down. Oh shit, that's it. Come on. Good. But it's gonna squeeze one way or the other here because it's getting tight. 71.82 is coming up. 71.87 has to hold. Is there an EMA there?
Shoot it back down. Give me a shooter.
Yeah, let me adjust this. Drop it. Come on.
The setup looks so good for it to do it. And it's just get your boy back in there. I'm gonna need a burnt peanut. Hooray! If it gets me. I gotta sell at 250, so that's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, here we go. We have to push through though.
Qs are being a pain in the butt.
MSTR. Come on, bring it back down.
I'm gonna blame Europe. I'm blaming Europe.
It's the range, bro. You're just at the low end of the range,
Horrible
dog.
action. Oil futures extend gains. U.S. heating oil prices up by 5% to a 2-week high.
Okay. There's a target here in SPY. 7/12/22. Yeah, we're gonna get a little squeeze here one way. It's 185.
Need the NQ to just
Do that.
let go.
It's not giving it up.
You're holding us back, NQ.
Mm-hmm.
On the low side for SPX.
Israel Defense Minister, there will be no ceasefire in Lebanon as our forces in the towns of the Galilee continue to be targeted.
Come on, keep going.
Hang on one sec.
SPX.
On a train right to Boston, we were driving until you know you want to do it.
Uh-oh, we lost Karen.
Baby, come back. You hold on me.
Tony Baloney must be riding some short boys.
Come on, Tony.
It's weird.
Let's make it happen.
Oh, I can hear her now. I don't know. She just disappeared, Jada. She's I still see her in the back end, but
She done RUNNOFT.
yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where she went. I think she's having a little issue, like computer issue.
Her screen's still showing, but
Mm.
the camera just turned off. Break this 7180
Alright,
before
so
we're 90 years old.
do a 71.
I can hear you, Karen. I don't know if you can hear us.
85. There's a put hole right there. Oh.
Messaging with her. I told her to leave the room and come back in, see if that works. All over that.
Back into a high compression. There, she back.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, it's got to get through the 7180. Come on. Come and get me. Please break 7180. One day I'll fly away. We're gonna
Come on. 71.80. We have to break it. If we break it, we're in the money. This is like a whole day theme already.
Hmm.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's the fifth ball trying to get in. Oh, Lordy. Oh, I forgot to post this. I got into these call credit, but we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't bounce on us. All right, that's the credit spread. So if we continue going down, I'll open a put credit once we hit some kind of support. Maybe this is it. I don't know. There's a put wall. Again, it's at 71.85. I'm hoping they drop the ball to close the European. Let's see, is there anything else? Let's sand this good. But maybe.
Come on. Got another try here.
There it is. Come on. There it is. Keep going. There we go.
Come on.
Oh. Oh. Yes. Tell me it's going to be green. Oh my gosh. I
There
was
we
down like
go.
55%
There we
down.
go.
Down.
I
I'm
got a
up. I'm
trim there.
green. Holy
Hallelujah.
moly. Praise Jesus. Praise the Buddhas. What were they called? The monks? Praise the monks.
The monks.
The Sri Lankan monks.
The Sri Lankan monks.
Come on.
It took the long path down, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh. Well, there's my, I'm going to take a first cut.
Well, good timing here. What, 11:22 towards the end here? Do you like that music? Can you hear the music?
Dum, dum, dum. It's kind of faint, but I can hear it.
Can you?
Keep it dropping.
Stretch, you get a cramp over here.
We did tap into Thursday's value area high.
Come on, just give me one more ball down. Yeah, I
Now,
see
if we
that.
start to lose 712,
Yeah, that's going to be.
that could get interesting.
I think it'll go to 71, 73, 71.70. Maybe somewhere here. 75. It's not really. I'm going to look at the other time frames. Let's see what it's trying to hold. What are you trying to hold? That's not that. And the 15-minute, it still has more.
Cons are holding up too.
Mm-hmm. I think they're trying to tell us something.
Mm-hmm.
You can see right there. Oh, come on. 6%.
You guys are looking to hold for a bigger move or what?
Yeah.
I am flat.
Yeah, I got raised stops on the 713s for tomorrow. Took partial at 250, so just kind of waiting and seeing now. A little more comfortable for sure.
Yeah. That bounce didn't even get us to the 9, so I'm thinking it may have a little bit more.
This cat
See
is
that?
a toy in my office, and she is stretching with all of her might to try to reach underneath the door to get it.
Let's see if this breaks. 71.83 is holding. What's the break? 71.77.50. Come on, drop one more time. Break that
Yeah, it was
level.
712.30, and I'm happy.
Mm-hmm. Here's my VIX. It's starting to come up though. It breaks
Yeah,
above
we
that
got
9.
3 bars
SPX.
of that
Yeah.
momentum, and that was it.
Oh yeah, SPX I did see is bouncing off of that 300. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a candle. What is it saying? Back in your place? Back in your place?
How does he does it? How does he does it? I
Oh.
think. How does he does it? How does he does
In
it?
my oh, I'm like back in
How
his
just
place.
does it?
What I heard.
We trippy. We trippy.
Come on. The Pentagon adds new Gemini models to its AI portal. Okay. we're getting another candle.
Like a scalper's paradise, not for my blood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's gonna turn to 921. All right.
I went ahead and took off my remainder.
Yeah. I'm up.
Just gonna walk our way.
Yeah. I hate being right and wrong at the same time. I knew it would drop. It's just the way that it dropped was just not. All right, I gotta go.
Yeah,
My
it is
other
11:30.
jobs.
Sorry, I'm over here typing
Yeah.
an email and I lost track of time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're
Fuzz,
good.
show me a cat. Made $6 in the Vanquish account. All right, gang. Well, hey, we're going to take a break there. We're going to take a little lunch break. Aaron will be back at 12 o'clock for the nooner. And then this afternoon, we have Fuzz coming back on to do his market update and go through his Substack and all that good stuff. So we'll see you guys this afternoon. For now, we're going to step away. Fuzz, Karen, nice short. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back with Aaron for the Nooner. Aaron, I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? All right, here comes everybody. What's up? Hope everybody had a good morning. Nice and slow. Is that Jada on there? Can't tell. Make sure you say hi, guys, because I can't see who's on. We're supposed to get lots of storms here. Large hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So should be a good time this evening. What's up, Miss Tomika? What's up? What's up? All right, we'll get started in just a second, guys. We'll give everybody about 30 seconds here. Then we'll get started. Yes, Edward, it is very slow. Put you to sleep or make you see things that aren't there, right? So, yeah, we only have to go through 8 of these a year, right? 8 of these Fed weeks a year. Yes, it's painfully slow. Okay, well, let's get started, guys. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Now, nothing has really changed, right? And we're not really expecting it to. We're still in these monster short setups, right? So this is what we're watching going into the day, and this is kind of what we were talking about this morning. There is this short. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX the index. Okay, this runs inverse. VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. So all we're looking at right here is this high on the 23rd, okay, to lows. All right, and that's what we were talking about this morning, that little squeeze right there that could lead the indices down. And then when it found resistance, that could lead us into the fill. So that's all we're watching right now. All right, now, if something dramatic happens, right, we do have targets down here, and we've got to watch these 20 evens, all right, on the VIX. And the reason that is when you zoom out, okay, that is the old contract low, right, to this high right here. What's up, Miss Amanda? And that high was on the 19th, right? So nothing has really changed. There's that first pullback right there, target. Okay, so we've never actually gotten down here and traded this. So we'll see, but that's what's leading us down, right? As long as this is continuing to stay in short setups, the indices are going to be bullish. All right, we'll see if we've got enough juice to get through these lows, right? Or if we're just going to get stuck today in this little range here. All right, that little range right there. And that's not very far, right? There's your indice choppiness right there. Okay. Careful, man. She's got a following now. Those ladies over there, you gotta watch it. You can see our highs of the day to lows of the day. We're starting to get a little pullback right there, and we've hit a target. Now that's really small, and it's in the middle of this range. So we'll see. We could squeeze right back to the top. That would send the indices back down to the bottom of their ranges, right? And we could just get stuck right here. All right, so not a whole lot going on there. But we're still in shorts. We're still absolutely, VIX is still in short setups. Okay. All right, any questions on where we are? I can't make it go any faster, guys. Unfortunately, I do not have that power. All right, everybody good? Really, nothing's changed since this morning. Okay, we'll see if we can get through these lows. That would be kind of cool. That'd give the indices a little bump back to their highs. All right, we just started a little squeeze this morning we were talking about, and there's where we found resistance. And there we go. All right, now moving on to the financials, they have lifted off of that extension long. Remember this morning we were talking about this? That's that April 1st high, right? And remember, when banks rising, there's a tailwind behind the indices. Bank falling, headwind. But from those April 1st highs to highs, right? This was our first pullback. Here's number 2. Get up there. There we go. And we've lifted straight off of that. So way to go, bank. Now, obviously, we're going to have to get through the halfway back short up here and all that fun stuff. But there we go. There's our support. So as long as this continues higher, indices are going to maintain that tailwind, right? It's going to be tough for them to make any sort of down move if we continue to get this financial strength coming off of here. Okay. So VIX still in shorts, bank in longs. All right. It says bullish for the indices. All right. And here's what we're watching on the ES. Now we've got this larger, we can't forget about this. This larger extension long that we have run back into. All right, and that's from those highs on October 29th of last year to our highs right here on April 17th. Okay, so that gives us this target. We've got a target above us at 72.40. Okay, so that's up there. We're inside of that trade right now. So when you zoom in, there we go. That's that pullback. All right, and then coming out of these lows, right, we had pullback number one, and then we've got targets up here from this long. All right, what is that? 72.15.50. Okay, and here's our little worker bee inside of it, and that was from Friday's lows to Friday's highs. Right, we dropped right in there at our reopen, and there we go. Now we're just chopping around. All right, so just straight range here. Top of the range, bottom of the range. You want to stay out of this mess in here. All right, that's where it's dangerous. Okay, so we could stay in this thing until 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Wouldn't be surprising. Gap fill this morning. All right, here was our 9:30 bar. Right, we opened within 10 points, right there. Okay, anytime we open within 10, right, we've got that about 90% chance of that thing filling. All right, had our little pullback, bang, half, full, thank you, right? And you can see a lot of market participants just pieced out once that was done. All right, so gap has been filled and we're in a range, just like that. Trapped a bunch of people down here, trapped a bunch of sellers, right? Using those as fuel to squeeze back to the top. All right. Simple as that. So we can trade this range. You can trade bottom of the range, trade top of the range. Just this is dangerous in here. All right. VIX still at those lows. All right. Here's NASDAQ. All right. Now NASDAQ's a little bit different. It's in this extension long. Look at that buying. That's awesome. From this high, March 23rd, 8 p.m. Eastern to highs. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. There's your long. All right. Targets are up here at 27,638. All right. We continue to have bank strength and VIX weakness and just continue up to those targets. Look at that. That's a great looking chart. That is a great looking chart. Okay. So there's your support. All right. A break below that, something dramatic would have to happen. All right. So there's the long right there. All right. Looking good. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now, remember, they're the most affected by bank, right? Now, the YM this morning ripped and then slammed into that short. Okay. We're still, look how tight this thing is getting. So we had this long, and this was from April 9th to April 17th. And remember, it just barely pierced. And we know indices can be sloppy, so we're leaving it up there. And that's what's defending right now. And then we've got our short from highs that it can't break yet. And that's from the 21st, Tuesday, down here to our lows on last Thursday, right? Bang right there. And that's what we just ripped into this morning and got the Matumboed up there, right? So back down at support. So we're sitting right at support on the YM. Bank continues higher. We can just squeeze right back to the top. Okay, eventually something's going to break, right? But you can see this straight range right there. But we are back at support. Absolutely, we are. All right, moving on to the Russells. Same thing, sideways. Russell's extension long, April 10th to our highs on the 17th. All right, still have major targets up here. The Russells is holding these long setups Remember this level we were talking about this morning, that'd be a pretty big ask to try to get through? It didn't. It same thing like the YM. It ripped and got just Matumbo just smacked right there. All right. But the most current long that we're watching here is not broken, right? Actually, let's see here. If we take it to our new high, you could make the case that that's broken. We're going to leave it here, all right, just because obviously that's support. So from that low on the 24th to our high here on our reopen Sunday night, Monday, there's our pullback. We're just going to use this as support. So there's its range, top of the range, bottom of the range. All right, I want to steer clear of this mess in here. All right, again, if bank continues to grind higher, you're going to see the Russells and the YM get a big tailwind. We squeeze back to these highs, right? Squeeze back to these highs. We'll see if we can, eventually we'll get through them, but we'll see. All right, so there's the Russells. Okay, any questions? VIX bank indices? Anybody? I'm just going straight range bound here. See if the VIX can get through these lows. Anybody? Everybody good? Everybody staying out of the middle? All right, coming back up to those highs. See, the VIX is already at lows, right? ES isn't quite at highs yet, so it's playing a little bit of catch up here. Okay, all good? All right, now Bitcoin, look at this. So remember where we are in Bitcoin here, right? I'll show you this on spot. You can see a little bit better. But on the futures markets, from our highs on January 14th to our lows, halfway back on the year, that's what we keep running into. Okay, now we haven't broken a long yet. This is the long we're looking to break. All right, and that's from last Sunday, the 19th. That was last Sunday, right? Anyway, the 19th, whatever that is, yeah. To our highs here on the 22nd, there's that pullback, and you can see it's getting a bounce. But on spot, we didn't break this high, but we dipped into this high, but then we held a short coming out of that. All right, see that? Short that we held right there. This is what we were watching this morning, right? See if we were going to hold that, and sure as shooting, we did. All right, now right back down to the bottom of that range. So there's your support on Bitcoin, right? Now, if we break this, that's going to be the big deal, because that's going to confirm this resistance above us. All right, but nice move, really nice move right there. Okay, so we're going to have the halfway back. Actually, it fell through, so it just put itself in a bit of a pickle here. There, oops, be an extension short there. So in order for us to go straight down, we're going to have to hold this extension short. If not, we could just bounce off the bottom of the range. Okay, so we'll see if that holds. We'll see if that holds. That's a pretty big ask, especially with the low participation we have to try to get through there. Okay, so there we go. There's Bitcoin. Let's go over to spot. Spot's a little bit easier to see. There we go. I think you guys got it. You got it? Yep, there we go. Okay. All right, so spot, now remember what this big short is above us. All right, that's that. Okay. So you can see a break of that long is a big deal. That could be our next leg down to the end of the winter. Okay, remember we got targets around 33.5, September, October 6th, right? Right in this area. So that could be a really big deal. Probably hear a big yeehaw from Indiana if that happens. All right. So there's that long. If you're following spot, there's that long, Sunday the 19th. To our high, see how this didn't pierce? It did on the futures markets. We made a new high, but we didn't on spot. And now we're right back down there. All right, so we're going to watch the same thing. We're going to have to more than likely hold that extension short, or we're making a larger pullback. Right. So we'll see. And then all of a sudden we're in the middle of the range again. If we break that extension, right, we can come right back to the middle of this range. But there's your resistance, there's your support, obviously. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see what it can do. All right. Just remember, it's FOMC week, guys, so it's slow. Okay, stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Any stocks you guys want to see? Anybody? Oh, sorry, Ed's really tough. I didn't see that. Ed's tough. He's a tough guy. Yes. Sorry, apologies. Any stocks, guys? Miss Mary Rose, seen NVIDIA, sure. What is old NVIDIA doing? Let's see. Oh, nice move. Nice move off that extension. Look at that. Bam. All right. Let's see. Okay, there's our larger pullback. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Make sure we're not running into anything big up here. All right, so that low, April of 25, to our highs in October 25, that was that pullback. That's the 38.2 that it just ripped away from. All right, here's that series. This is a good looking series. And, there was our first pullback right there. Blew through a target, highs to highs. Pullback, went through the target, highs to highs. Zooming in. All right, and here's our, there was the original extension right there. What is, oh, the magnet's on. There was that extension long right there, right? Then it went to and through its target, highs to highs. There you go. Look at that. That's pretty. That is pretty. So that's what you're in right now, Mary Rose. That is last Thursday. Get that up there. To last Friday. Bam, bam, bam. Targets are up here to 1250-ish. Then when we get to those targets, we'll see. If it goes through them, you can go into another one. If it doesn't go through that, you're just going to go same anchor, new high. Great trend. Look how technical that is. That's just amazing. Just awesome. Geeks me out, Ed. All right, so there we go. Looking really good. I wouldn't go too much smaller. I mean, there could be a pullback inside of this, but overall, I mean, the larger trend looks really good. Right? Overall trend looks really good. All right. Mr. Wealth, what's up? For sure, Mary Rose, of course. Any other stocks, anybody? Anything else we want to see? Okay. All right, moving on. All right. Crude oil, star of the show here. Everybody's watching, right? Everybody's watching crude oil. I haven't heard any news today, by the way. Not that I've really been listening, but usually I don't really pay attention to news until we see a big spike or something and figure out what caused it. But I haven't really heard much. But from these April 7th highs, this is crude, this is WTI, right? This is West Texas, CL is. To our lows on April 17th, there's that short. Bang, 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 right? And here's the long below that we're waiting on. Something's got to break, right? That's drawn from Wednesday to Thursday. Last Wednesday to Thursday, there's our pullback. We couldn't get to our target because we slammed into the short and it got sold into. So there's our range. Stay out of the middle of this thing. right? We'll see if this falls back to the bottom. If this breaks, that's why I got an alert set there. If that breaks, we can definitely look for pullback shorts, as long as we don't get to the halfway back first. Okay, so, or if we continue higher and get to a profit target, right, then we might have something to the long side. Okay, so this is WTI, right? Now, this is what, 96 bucks. All right, now this is Western oil. So let's look at Eastern. Okay, this is Brent. Look at Brent. Brent's not stopped going down. Okay, it has significantly broken that short setup from highs. Zoom out a little bit. Make sure we're not running into anything. Man, is that something, huh? Oof. Totally different. Right? Totally different. There was that first pullback that was sloppy, and then bam, we're ripping out of that. All right, and we've still got pullbacks to make. All right, we've still got pullbacks to make, but it just keeps grinding higher. So it's at 108. So it's 12 bucks more expensive than WTI right now. Isn't that something? And it's just grinding. I mean, there's no doubt it's in longs, right? So we'll see. We'll see. But crude oil is the one that I'll mostly trade. I don't trade Brent, but so we'll see. Texas is becoming the big marathon station for the world right now, right? Keeping CL down, keeping WTI down, right? Compared to the East and the Strait of Hormuz stuff. All right, so there we go. Nothing really to do yet. Nothing really to do yet. But if we do break these longs and have a short pullback, I'm going to be paying close attention to that. Okay. All right, so there's crude oil now. Gold and silver, not doing much. They're at the mercy of the dollar right now. All right, here's, let's go to gold. Yeah, up there. This is Powell's last press conference. Isn't that something? So I think worst case over May 15th, I believe. All right, so here's gold. Didn't get through that larger short. We know that. Okay, that halfway back in the year, January 29th to our lows. Couldn't get through it, so we're making a pullback. And this is what we're watching. Okay, this long has not hit its target. March 26th to April 1st, right there, bam. There's the target. We haven't hit it. So we can just leave this draw right here. It can come all the way back down here and take another run. That's what it's going to take. Take another run at that, breaking those longs or breaking those short setups. All right. But here's the series it's in. All right. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities to the short side here. From April 17th to April 21st, right there, boom. Now this next long broke, or I'm sorry, this next short broke, right? But not by much. All right, so it's getting a little sloppy in there. Get up there. Getting a little sloppy the first time. There's the first time. Didn't hit its target, so we just leave it there. Then it was a little sloppy, and now we're redefending it. All right, but again, this is at the mercy of the dollar right now. Our gold and silver are just at the mercy of the dollar, so I'll show you that here in a second. Put that up there. All right, so we'll look at this like that. All right, still trending down, right? Still trending down, and we're going to need a significant, dollar weakness event to get us up and through to change this trend. There's a lot of resistance above us right now, guys. All right, so there's those 45.87s. All right, that's that long that it hadn't officially traded yet. That's a big deal. That's a big boy trade right there, right? Okay, now going to silver. There we go. All right, here's silver. Now its short is a little bit different. It's March, I forget what it is. March 1st. March 1st to lows. There's the 61.8. I just don't have the 50 on there. There you go. And it never broke this. Okay, and then it was in this series of longs and they broke. So now we're in this series of shorts back down. All right, so we take another run at that resistance level. So this long is from March 23rd to highs on April 17th. So that's down here. And you can see the series of shorts. It's pretty much being perfect on silver. From the highs, there's number one. There's the target. We haven't hit it. So we needed this smaller one inside right there. All right, now we're just chopping around in here. Okay, low participation. Just going down in this series of shorts, right? This is a little worker bee move inside of that larger one to get us to these targets. Okay, and its support that we know of is down here at 72.22. Okay, so there's gold and silver not doing a whole lot. Now I say at the mercy of the dollar because of this. So here's DXY, not the dollar, just a index. Okay, remember this stupid spike we saw? We're taking that out. We're not counting that. I don't know if that's a print issue or I don't see it on the other currencies, so I'm just taking it out. All right, but from our highs on March 30th to our lows, that's up here. Now, this long from lows is what we've been concerned about. Okay, because if that holds, and it is as of right now, and lifting off, that's dollar strength. Headwind against the precious metals, headwind against the indices, especially the precious metals. Okay, that's why I say they're at the mercy of the dollar right now. All right, so that low, if you follow DXY from the 17th up here to the 23rd, right there. Okay, and if that starts a series of longs, right, we're going from dollar weakness back into dollar strength. Okay, again, this could all change Tuesday or Wednesday. Sorry. Okay. Now, when we get to the actual currencies, so here's the dollar yen. All right. Dollar yen still in this massive extension long setup from February 20th to March 18th. Okay, right there. Now it's come back to the top of its range, right? So it could fall all the way down to the bottom. Now, if that happens, we would be in more than likely in dollar weakness trades, okay, which would be bullish. Now, if this starts going down with the euro, bad news. That's the carry trade unwind. So we'll have to watch here. There is this long in the middle, okay, but that's the middle of the range. So we don't know if it's going to hold. But this leading higher, that's dollar strength as of right now. That's dollar strength, headwind against precious metals and the indices, making it tough for them. Okay. Now here's kind of the star of the show. I've still got an order in that I haven't gotten filled on this yet. From these highs on April 17th to our lows, there's the pullback, right? And it hasn't given us really, whoa. It hasn't, I don't know, my order's like somewhere in here. It hasn't given us this next little pullback yet to get sold into. So we'll see, but this continuing to fall is dollar strength, right? That's dollar strength, not good. If we see the dollar yen going down with this, even not gooder, even worse. All right. So what we'll watch here is to see if we start to get a trend coming off of those highs. All right. Now there's always going to be the halfway back down here. We know that, right? We know that that's down there. Let's see if we can, what I'm trying to do is get a pullback first before we get to that halfway back. So again, everybody's at the mercy of the dollar right now. If we continue in this dollar strength, headwind, precious metals, headwind, indices, right? So we'll see. Basically anything priced in US dollars other than crude oil. All right. They're all in negative or inverse correlations. So we'll see if we can get a little something here. We might squeeze back into these highs, but the failure level's up here. All right. The failure level's up there. Targets are down at these support levels. Okay. All right. So right now, right, dollar strength. Let's see what we got going here. VIX hadn't gotten through those lows yet. Yes, back to the top of the range or close to it. Yeah, if we see the VIX bounce off this and start back higher, we're going to roll out of those highs. Right. So whoa, new low. Okay, new low on the VIX. Now this is where you have to be careful. Yes, we made a new low on the VIX. You got to be real careful we don't get a dip in right here, right? A dip in and then pop back higher. And that's whoa, maybe we got news. That would send it back up. All right. That's a little something there. What's bank doing here? The bank's going to have to get through its halfway back, right? Know that, guys, right? Always the opposing move lurking out there in the dark waters. There's always the opposing move, right? So eventually we're going to have to get through that, right? So we'll see going into the afternoon. Yeah, just be careful of this dip into lows, close back up here, and then we could lift off. If we don't, and if we get a 15-minute bar to close down back below these lows, that would be very bullish for the indices. All right, that would be very bullish. What's the dollar doing? Anything? Not quite yet. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions? Slow, but still opportunities. Just got to be patient and not get, overzealous in the middle of this nonsense. Right. So if we see the VIX back, if we get a 15-minute bar to close green above these lows, probably just going to fall out of this high. All right. Any questions, anybody? It's a quick one, not a whole lot to go. We really haven't moved anywhere since this morning. All right, big things going on right now are Bitcoin at that long. See if that holds, and then the dollar, right? The euro trade. So we'll see if we get a pullback there. See what happens. Crude oil going nowhere. Gold and silver going nowhere. All right. Okay, guys, any questions? Anything? Anybody? All you lurkers out there that haven't said hi yet? Any questions? Anything you might have missed? Anybody? We're supposed to get hammered tonight. So if you're in the Midwest, make sure you have your phones charged and everything else. So thanks for those that have checked in with me already. Nothing yet. Just cloudy. All right. So if I'm not here in the morning, I got transported to Oz or something. All right. You and your little dog too. All right. Anybody get my reference there? You and your little dog too. All right. Now I'm just yakking because there's really nothing going on in the markets to talk about. All right. Everybody good? Everything's still in longs. Everything's still bullish, just slow. All right. Everything's still bullish, just slow. All right. Thanks, Alex, for picking up on that. All right. Okay, cool. Tyler, you got us? Not a whole lot going on.
Yes, sir. I'm here. We got Fuzz hopping on now. He's going to go through his Substack newsletter.
Cool.
So if you guys are on, I want to hang out for that. Fuzz is coming on right now. So, Aaron, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:15 a.m. Stay safe with the weather you got coming.
I will. Just be patient, everybody. We only have to deal with 8 of these a year. So just be smart. Market will be there tomorrow. All right. Thanks, everybody. See y'all.
Thanks, Aaron. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye. What up, Fuzz?
What up?
We got Fuzz back, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to drop his Substack link in the chat. You guys can see there it is. Fuzz puts this out bi-weekly, a newsletter. If you guys want to check it out, it's totally free. You can subscribe to him on Substack. He's going to be going through that market-wide look right now. Just get your screen up for you, Fuzz. Alrighty then, we good. We got you up there. Fuzz, I'll be around in the background. We're gonna wrap this show up after you're done. So, whenever you're done, you can hop off. I should be here. If not, whatever reason, I'll end the stream. So I can end it from my phone if I'm not at my desk. So.
All right.
All right, man.
Sounds
Go ahead,
good
do
to
your
me.
thing.
Thank you, sir. All right, like Aaron said, yeah, just kind of be patient because we are in a fun week. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. This weekend's post was a little bit longer than normal because there's a lot going on this week. And I took a pretty deep dive on everything that's going on. So we'll get into that. But I hope everyone's doing good. I appreciate you hanging in there and taking a look. But welcome back. Hopefully, y'all are doing well and surviving the trading day because it's been a little bit choppy and sluggish today, but we're trying to move back up to the highs. But all right, before we get into everything, we got a big week ahead of ourselves, especially on the economic calendar as well as the earnings. And if you live under a rock, you should probably know what's going on this week. So, as far as the economic calendar goes, pretty quiet today, but tomorrow we do get consumer confidence. And then Wednesday we get FOMC. Thursday we get GDP and PCE. And then we finish things off on Friday with the ISM data points. So, with that being said, we also have the Super Bowl week of earnings where over like 150, 160 companies are reporting this week. Not to mention 4 of the 7 Mag 7 names are reporting this week. We have Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, and Google all reporting Wednesday after the bell. This comes after FOMC. Whoever scheduled that, I would like to have a word with you because I don't know why we can't spread these guys out. And then Thursday, along with the GDP and PCE, we get earnings from Apple and market darling SanDisk. So yeah, that's going to be a fun 48 hours to say the least. So we have ourselves a good backdrop to go off of this week. Hopefully price action won't be too excruciating, but nonetheless, let's go ahead and dive in because we do have a lot to tackle here. So, starting out with the SPY, we're at all-time highs, max bull readings on the daily. We're just kind of in this grindy spot right here, kind of digesting the latest move. Now, what I've done here is I may have to zoom out just a wee bit more here so we can see this. I took a fib extension, drew from the low here at 481 all the way back up to the swing high and then the swing low. That gives us a big old fat target up here around the 760 mark if we hit that fib extension target. We do need to get above 715. Once we do that, I think it can open up the door. We could also draw some fibs here from this recent megaphone pattern that we got going on right now, but I'm not going to do that. It's not my favorite pattern to play with. We can also draw fib extensions from the other swing low here if we wanted to. That could be an interesting way to tackle things here. Draw from this swing low to maybe this swing high and that one, and that would give us a target of about 753. So we still got some good upside targets that we can work with, especially if we utilize our fib extension tools. But first things first, we need to pretty much break out of about 714.50 to 715, and then we're back into clear blue skies. So the market's done a really good job today. It's just been a little sluggish, but we've had this nice move since the European close and since we've tapped into the Thursday value area high. So pretty decent job. We are setting up a little bit of a bell curve on the volume profile for today. That's just showing some consolidation, and we could go either way in the coming days. So there is a lot of naked point of controls that haven't been tested uh, to the downside. So that's something that we want to keep an eye on if things do happen to break down. Now, you could be asking, well, what is everything else showing here? I mean, price looks pretty constructive. We're above all the key moving averages. We're at all-time highs. What's driving this market? Are there any kind of red flags out there? And that's one of the key questions that I always ask myself when I'm doing my notes for the weekend. what's working, what's not working, how many green flags do we have, or how many red flags do we have? Is there any kind of weak spots that we should be paying attention to? And we'll get into that. But right now, the SPY looking pretty good altogether. So if we do get a pullback, and I know a lot of people out there would love to see some sort of pullback to at least retest the 697.76 level, which is the prior all-time high. We can see that at 21 EMA, this blue line here, is starting to catch up to that level. So that would be a nice little confluence area to see some kind of mean reversion on the daily time frame. That is something that I would personally like to see. And I would just like to see, can the bulls sustain such a pullback? We haven't really tested it just yet. At some point, it's going to happen. One thing that I am looking at is to see if we have any extreme readings here on the daily, and we don't. But if we go to the weekly time frame, and all this is saying here is when I look at these extreme plus labels here on my oscillator, that is just telling me that we are in overbought territory. But what I have to keep in mind is what is higher can continue to go higher, and that momentum can continue to push up. We are in a weekly squeeze that is starting to trigger to the upside. And usually, when those occur, we tend to have, historically speaking, around 8 bars of momentum that can run with that. So, can this market go higher? Absolutely, especially with the momentum and the way things are setting up. But we want to continue to dive in. So that's a great green flag for me. Yeah, this market does have some legs. Let's go jump in over to the NASDAQ here. And we can see the NASDAQ has had a tremendous run as well. We're in clear blue skies. The market has had a little bit of a digestion period. We have this teeny tiny little inside day so far. If we can get above 564.50, sure, that could set up 670. And like we did with the SPY, we can draw those fib extension levels off the swing low to the swing high and to the swing low. You get a little bit of like this big bull flag pattern, and that sets us up for a target of around 700. Now, that is pretty high up there. Is it possible? Sure. Is it going to happen this week, next week? Who knows? Is it going to happen at all? Who knows? But we are in a good spot here. We are trading above all the key moving averages. Now, the driver of this market is most definitely tech. We can see that with semiconductors, who have had a 16, 17-day historical run, something that we haven't seen since 1994. So, I mean, this is just an incredible run by semiconductors. We've seen Intel Core make new all-time highs and breaking out of its dot-com bubble high. So, your grandmother is probably celebrating really, really heavily here, because this was a market darling back in the day, and then it just did absolutely nothing for decades. And now we're finally at all-time highs with Intel. And Intel's not the only one. You got names like AMD, who has just been a sneaky power horse to the upside. You also got names like Nvidia breaking out into new all-time highs, even making a new all-time high here today. You had Taiwan Semiconductor hit a high of 414.50 at the open this morning. I mean, these guys are just nonstop. Ilmu Micron up to 530. I mean, these guys just don't quit. So the semiconductors are having a moment here to the upside. Now, is this going to stall out? Eventually? And my suggestion is, if you're playing semiconductors, just raise your stops. You should be in the green at this point. There's no need to be aggressive within semiconductors at this moment. The best thing for you to do is to continue to raise stops. Maybe if you get a dip, maybe you can get a good dip buy opportunity or a spot to dollar cost average if that suits your strategy. But all in all, semiconductors are looking really good. Tech also a good powerhouse within the overall market. We've seen names like Google, Apple has been waking up a little bit. Microsoft still a little bit on the soft side, still needs to get above 425, but XLK, yeah, doing pretty good. But outside of tech, what about everything else? We got the Dow here, who has not quite woken up just yet. Maybe that could just be some rotational issues with energy and the financials. But as far as the Dow goes, the Dow's been pretty quiet as the Nasdaq and semiconductors make their push to the upside. So this is something that we definitely want to pay attention to, especially if we get some sort of rotational move outside of tech. If we do get that rotational move, are they going to pick up the slack within the Dow components? But for the most part, it still looks pretty constructive. We're trading above the key moving averages. The 200 is still moving higher. The 50 is flattening out from that down move, and the 21 is catching up to price. Now, if we start to break down below about 490, we could see a retest or a gap fill at least to about 486, 485, give or take. So that's something that I'm paying attention to as we progress further. But for the most part, the Dow components are just pretty quiet. You can see that with the transports and construction. Construction has just been very quiet, and you want these names to start to pop off, especially if you study Dow theory. When we look at small caps was one of the more impressive indices out there when we got the down move, where the SPY and the QQQ just absolutely got crushed and we moved below the key moving averages. The IWM held up and it pushed into new all-time highs, hitting at about 280. Now you can see that we have started to develop this really tight consolidation area between about 278.50 and about 270. So what that gives us about a 10-point consolidation zone here. So if we do break out to the upside, my upside target is going to be 290, and maybe we can even push towards the psychological 300 level. So we definitely want to see small caps continue to push up, and that would show us that this market continues to have legs in this move higher. Especially when we look at other parts of the market, the RSP, which is your equal weighted ETF of the S&P 500, where everybody is weighed the same. Ford is the same as Apple and so forth. RSP has just been kind of quiet as the Magnificent Seven does their thing. You can see here on the MAGS ETF, which is the Round Hill Magnificent Seven ETF, that the MAGS is looking pretty impressive here. I mean, even Google has been making new all-time highs. Look at this incredible breakout. I believe Lady Leverage got in on this one. Yeah, new all-time highs for Google, but everything else seems to be kind of quiet, especially when you look at the RSP and mid caps. These guys are just kind of hanging out, letting these bigger names, letting these semiconductors do their thing. So we've rotated out of some of these Dow components, out of these smaller caps and mid caps, to let the big boys do a lot of the legwork. Now, the question is still, if we get that rotation out of these larger names, can the rest of the market hold everything up? So that is definitely one of the questions that I have. If we do get that rotation, or if we get some sort of pullback, how well are these components going to hold up? If we look at the SPX 50R, this is going to show me 50AR. There we go. This is going to show me how many stocks are trading above their 50 simple moving average. And as you can see, it's kind of quiet. We're at 52% of names that are trading above their 50 daily simple moving average. That's still constructive. It's not improving. It's not breaking down either. We definitely want to see this move higher, but nonetheless, it's still holding above the 50% threshold, and that's a positive sign here. I would like to see that number around like the 65% area for my blood. So this could be a little bit of a caution flag for me because we want to see those internals improve. We want to see that market breadth remain strong. And when we look at this is just kind of confirming what we've already, discussed, that the overall market is being held up and pushed up by big tech and semiconductors. And when we look at the 200 simple moving average, we're still above 50%. So that's relatively good. So mid caps, equal weight, the market breadth, we're holding steady, but we're not improving at this moment in time. So that's where it gets a little hazy, but it's still a positive. It's still net positive. So we'll take that as like a cautious check mark for the time being, because we still have questions, right? We still need to understand, like, say we go through earnings and the FOMC and earnings come in not as great as expected or as great as investors want it, and we get that deeper pullback, is the rest of the market going to be able to sustain us? Now, what is interesting here is when we look at the bonds, and I pull up the HYG, which is your high yield corporate bond ETF. This is your junk bonds. This is what I like to gauge here when I'm looking at the overall frothiness of the overall market. And what I would like to see is, the SPY moving up alongside these bond ETFs, and we don't have that with the HYG, and we don't really have that with the LQD either. So this is a little bit more of a cautious flag, meaning that the big money isn't quite getting too excited on this run up, and that's where this part of the story really gets complicated. And I'm going to pull up this tweet by Market Mike, and he's talking about this overall divergence that is occurring within the junk bonds and the S&P 500. And what that's telling me is that this move to the upside pretty much is on borrowed time. So this does give you a tick for the bears here, and gives me a little bit more of a cautious read. If the smart money is not being super excited to kind of really kind of go crazy, that brings me, gives me that little bit of hesitation. So just something to kind of play along, keep an eye on at least. It is an interesting divergence, but this thing could always wake up at any moment in time, especially as we get through the FOMC and some of these earnings reports. FOMC is going to be interesting. We're not expecting any kind of rate hikes or any rate cuts. We're expecting the Fed to remain pretty neutral. I do believe this is Jerome Powell's last Fed meeting, and then his term ends in about 30 days or so, and then we have to get ourselves a grip on how Wash is going to be as a Fed chairman if he gets confirmed, which I think most likely he will be. But this is definitely a cautious signal for me. And I've wrote about this in the Substack, and I've pulled up evidence that other like-minded individuals are showing here that, yeah, this is something that we should probably keep an eye on day in and day out. So we do have some interesting questions here so far that we've established. What are these junk bonds doing? Are they improving? Are mid caps improving? Are we getting any kind of rotation out of these semiconductors and big tech? We know if semiconductors get a pullback, they can be extremely volatile. So that is something that, I'm personally keeping an eye on. We also had the University of Michigan consumer sentiment come out, and the reading was the lowest that it's ever been. That came out last week. It's lower than the financial crisis, lower than the readings in COVID. And, that just tells us that, the consumers out there are not as excited or frothy about the market. We know that they've been diving into some of their savings, and people are starting to use some more of these buy now, pay later systems, even with groceries. So yeah, consumers are under pressure, but the one thing that I'm always reminded of is the famous quote of the stock market is not the economy, right? So the stock market is about money piling in and how forward looking it is. And right now the market is in pretty darn good shape despite all these headlines that we see day in and day out. And one of the aspects that the Fed is looking at is jobs, salaries, wages, and all the spending that is going on within these companies. They continue to hold up the overall economy. So even though the consumer is kind of feeling it, we're definitely not seeing that in the market right now. So with that being said, yeah, junk bonds, we do got some red flags here. I'd give it a yellow flag. I probably shouldn't say it's an extremely red flag because we are above the 80 threshold, which is my key level here that I've been watching for ages. We're back above it. We broke down below it. It looked like we were going to crash and burn. And then we decided we're not going to deal with all these Iran headlines anymore. And up we go. So the bond market has recovered pretty substantially well off these lows, and they've recovered. We're just kind of in a pausing moment and just letting this semiconductor and big tech rally do its thing. And that just leaves us with the question, okay, what is going to happen if we do get a pullback? Let's take a look at the VIX. Remains muted. It's down, holding the daily 200 at about 18. Yeah, everything seems pretty quiet here in the volatility. Can it go lower? Absolutely. Historically, the lows tend to be around that 14 mark, which is where we saw us kind of bottoming out there before we had that spike up. Just kind of in this midpoint here. Nothing too crazy, nothing exciting. So it's good to see that VIX continues to collapse, and it could flush lower, especially with FOMC and all these earnings. So something to keep an eye on. As far as the sectors go, we've already discussed tech. We've talked about semiconductors. We can take a look at industrials. They're pretty quiet. These are more part of the Dow components. Financials have been pretty muted. Regional banks are still holding up pretty well. Energy is still the oddball, but it's still very headline driven. I mean, crude oil, I think, hit 100 overnight, and then we kind of backtracked, still holding about 96. You could argue that we're holding trend still here above the 21 EMA. We're still holding above that prior breakout level where it bounced. So energy is something that I am still keeping an eye on. I don't have a new swing position in it yet, but it is something that I want to keep an eye on, especially if this hourly time frame starts to flip. I'm still waiting for this thing to get back above the daily 200. And I believe I talked about this last week where I was talking about, well, usually when you get these push higher and you reclaim some of these moving averages, a lot of times what happens is you get a retrace to kiss the 21, and we've gotten that, and we push back up. I was hoping that we would get this push all the way up to the 200 and reject from there and then kind of get squeezed a little bit, but we didn't quite get there. We got about halfway there, and then we pulled back to the 21. So the energy components, they're not quite there, but if they start to weight back up, most likely I want to get back in energy. That was a great trade for me at the beginning of the year and at the end of last year. So it's almost there. It's not quite there yet. We know that everybody's kind of calling for crude oil to remain high, and that energy shocks are still going to come if this whole Middle East situation doesn't resolve anytime soon. And if that's the case, we'll see it in the charts. But right now, we just don't see it, especially within the XLE. However, we do see it in the oil services here in the OIH, which is at all-time highs. And yeah, 440, 480. And it's mainly tracking like 20 to 30 different U.S. oil companies, drillers, etc. from there. You got names like Schlumberger, I believe, is one of them, looking pretty good here. So this is definitely an area of the market that I'm paying attention to. We had this really big breakout on Thursday and Friday above 425. Like I said, hitting a high of 444. We'll see if that can hold up, but looking pretty good. You also got let's see, you got Schlumberger, you got Halliburton. That's another name in this one. And let's see, you got Baker Hughes. What is that symbol? Baker. I can't think of it. Baker Hughes. BKR. Duh. Baker Hughes, yeah. Pushing up to the high. So this is definitely a very strong spot to be in within the overall market. Let's see, and let me look at UFO. UFO has pulled back. We'll see if it can hold 48.66. That would be something pretty interesting. Let's see. We talked about the ITB, the MAGs, the OIH. That is definitely one of the biggest outliers within the broader market. It is definitely worth watching as a potential energy subsector to play in. IGV software names still kind of holding the lows. I'm still not too excited about it, to be honest with you. We'll keep an eye on it, but I know some software names have perked up a little bit. Unity, I believe CRM woke up a little bit. Palantir was waking up, and Snowflake. All these guys were having a pretty decent morning, but they've kind of been quiet. But you can look at these charts and just easily see that these names are pretty beat up, and you can pull up the ETF itself and be like, okay, do you want to be in something like software, or do you want to be something in tech, semiconductors, or the OIH? And I think you already know the answer to that question. We've gone over the earnings calendar and the economic calendar. But overall, when we look at the broader picture, remember, when we look at these things, we want to start to build up some sort of thesis. And the overall picture here for me is that the overall picture is pretty bullishly constructive. The SPY's at all-time highs. Qs are at all-time highs. The IWM is consolidating and looking like it wants to break out higher. The VIX is falling, so that's good. But the main caution flags here are definitely with the bonds, the HYG. We noted the divergence that is going on in the bonds. We know that this market has been rallying mostly on the shoulders of big tech and semiconductors, and we got a lot of events on the table here. And the question is, what happens if we pull back, or when we pull back? Can we get a shift out of those into some of these other names? So my key levels are pretty simple to close things out. We need the HYG to hold 80. We want to see some of these, some of the bigger money become more frothy, right? We want to see the dollar hold below the 100 area. And I mean, as you can see today, we had this nice little push to 99.35 and it got absolutely crushed. So that's a positive, right? We want to continue to see the dollar hold below that 100 level. We want to see SPY. If we get a pullback, we want to see SPY hold above 697.76 and the 21 EMA. That 21 EMA is going to catch up to that level possibly this week. Something to keep an eye on. We want to see the Qs pretty much do the same thing. If we get a deeper pullback, can it hold the prior all-time high breakout of 637? Or are we going to have a much deeper pullback and come back into the prior range, which would kind of suck? Are the small caps going to continue this consolidation and resolve to the upside? I think there's a good chance here as long as things cooperate. And we also want to see the VIX stay low, and we don't want to see it back above 23. If we get back above 23, that's definitely going to be a warning sign from me. So that's going to pretty much do it for the weekend analysis. And like I said, this is all free for you. And I break it. I think I did a pretty good job this weekend on showing what I'm looking at as we get into the busiest part of this quarter and maybe the year, because we got the Fed, we got Powell's last session, we got huge earnings that are going to play a vital role. Maybe we get more capex spending, who knows. But yeah, there's just a lot of things to keep an eye on. But the levels are there, no doubt about that. Like I said, SPY, QQQ, they all need to hold those breakout levels. We want to see the bonds improve. We want to see the low VIX. And yeah, like I said, I give it all to you for free. And hopefully that will also inspire you to also do the same thing on your end, however extensive you want to be. But I always start with the top and just work my way down, work through the indices, the sectors, any peripherals. Look at all the metals. I look at Bitcoin. I don't talk about Bitcoin a whole lot on my analysis, but I do take a look at it. And if something does pop up and it catches my attention, sure, I'll talk about it. But I tend to stay away from Bitcoin altogether. But yeah, it's all there for you, and hopefully that inspires you to kind of look at the market through that kind of lens as well, and kind of gives you a map on how you can do your own notes, because you also want to challenge yourself and grow individually in this business. So take that time over the weekend and midweek, just kind of go over everything. What is the price action telling you? Always start with price action first, then take a look at your levels. Of course, look at your volumes, look at your anything else, and then go to your indicators second, and then you can start to build up more of a thesis about what you see in the market, or how you're feeling about the market, or where your positions are, what sectors you're in. Are you too heavy somewhere? Do you need to pay attention elsewhere, where the rotation is happening, and so forth. And you'll start to see these moves happen more easily. Like, we've had great runs in semiconductors. Google's on a pretty good run today, so a lot of neat stuff out there. And yeah, it's all there for you. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach. You can comment on the post as well. If you have any questions, feel free to do that as well, or you can slide in my DMs if you're in the Discord. But yeah, it's all broken down here for you, so it's pretty good stuff. So I hope you enjoy it, and I will be around if you need anything like that. There's your key levels for this week. If you need to screenshot that, or if you want to mark them on your chart as well, feel free to do that. But all right. Yeah, I want to see how these reports go. I want to see how the market responds to all this earnings and economic data that we have this week, and we'll see what happens. So be patient, like Aaron said. This week is a fun one, and we'll see how it shapes up. All right, guys, that's going to be it for me. I appreciate it. I'm on Substack. I'm on TikTok. I'm on the Instagram. I'm everywhere, Twitter, you name it. So there you go. Enjoy the rest of y'all's day, and I will see you on the next one.
Thanks, Fuzz. Appreciate it, brother. And we'll be back with another Stock Dads TV tomorrow, starting at 8:15 a.m. So we'll see you all there. Peace out, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Can't wait to do it again.